The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers podcast, show number 363, being recorded on August the 2nd, 2021. And one of your hosts, Jesus Walks Out. Today I'm joined by my friend from Little Ohio. The Mayo is back. Steve Willier. Welcome back, Steve. Welcome.
What's up, Jesus? Man, can you believe it's August already?
You know what? You're completely right. Holy fucking shit. Guys, we are 8 months into 2021. That means 2020 has been over for over 8 months now. Well,
Yeah,
8 months now.
It's like yesterday.
And it seems like 2020 is still going on.
Yeah.
Is it I know what it is. You know what it was? Is because the fucking mandates, all the mask and all the COVID stuff was kind of lifted like in the middle of the year. So it felt like it went into like last month or something, you know what I mean? And,
right.
And even now it's like still going. So it's like, it feels like it's still going on, you know what I mean? I think that's what it is.
And do you think it's just something you automatically associate now with 2020?
COVID?
Like when you think
of
of
course.
mask and corona and all that stuff, and you just automatically think of 2020 now because of that?
Yes. It's kind of like, if you think of like, okay, so like, there's like always a defining moment for like almost every, I want to say like almost for every decade, there's a defining moment, right? I want to say for like, for the year 2000 was Y2K. Like, everyone remembers Y2K, right?
Oh, yeah. I remember Y2K, like when they're getting ready to hold up the clocks, you know, they wouldn't be able to keep up on the computers and everything.
Dude, I lived in,
all like panicking.
I was like 9 or 10 years old, and I lived in Vegas at the time. I remember seeing billboards everywhere. They were fucking everywhere, like huge billboards, you know, talking about, are you ready for Y2K? Are you prepared? All this crazy shit. Like all these churches were posting big ass billboards and like, save yourself. It was pretty nuts. It was pretty nuts. Anyways, but yeah, like that was Y2K. And then what, the year 2010, what do you think defined that year? For me, I would say it was probably the swine flu. The H1N1 bullshit.
What else happened during that era?
Obama became president, first black president around that time, 2008, 2010. All that bullshit. What else happened? Oh, Osama bin Laden. Didn't he die in 2010? No, that was way later, wasn't it? Like 2012, 2013.
I don't know.
I remember all that bullshit.
I'm horrible at dates, so.
Things that happened, and let's look it up. Things that happened in 2010. All right. Big earthquakes happened. Oh, the iPad was unveiled.
Oh, there you go.
It was the iPad, because that changed everything for sure. The iPad was a big thing that changed everything. Snowmageddon happened, where the East Coast was covered in 40 inches of snow in less than 1 week. Wow. What else happened? What else? Oh, whatever. That's all I can think of. Anyways, welcome to the show, people. You can follow us on Twitter _HorribleGamers. Leave us a review on iTunes and all that good stuff. Also, thumbs up on Stitcher and leave us a review on Facebook. Join our Facebook page. There's a like button there. You can also join our Facebook community as a private group. That means anything you post in the group stays in the group. And our Discord as well. Join our Discord where everyone's in there just chilling, having fun, playing games. And, yeah. Anyways, Gunny couldn't make it this week, Mail. He had to go do some gunny stuff, as we all know what that means.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone knows what that means. Yeah, he had to go do some.
Everybody's assuming it's blue pill related.
No. He had to go do some gunny stuff, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happened, you know. But yeah, yes, Mel. Yes. I was telling you, every decade is marked by like a thing, right? Like something happened in that decade that everyone remembers. It. Everyone's like, oh, I remember that happened. Oh, but yeah, Rona is gonna be on like history books forever, dude.
Oh, no doubt.
History books forever. You know, and it's gonna happen. And I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again, please?
No, I cannot say it again. How dare you?
Is it that hobo Apple device you have over there?
That was my phone. But you know, it must have heard the iPad comment or something. Like it turned itself on.
Now you can get advertisements on Facebook for iPads.
Yeah. Like, oh, you want to buy an iPad? Oh man. Anyways, Mayo. You can also support the show by buying some gear over at Redbubble. Search for Horrible Gamers Podcast or Horrible Gamers on the Redbubble search bar. Buy yourself a nice shirt, maybe a nice mug, maybe a nice water bottle, a steel water bottle, maybe a nice acrylic block, some socks, maybe a hoodie. You know, winter is coming, as they would say in Game of Thrones.
About time for some mugs and hoodies again. And
yeah. And, you know, what else? What else? You can
shower curtains. You got to start taking a shower again because you can be cooped up inside with people.
Yeah, you got to take showers again. God, who takes showers? But you have to. You know, it's kind of like a thing. You have to take a shower nowadays. But anyways, you can also support the show with the monies by heading on over to Patreon at patreon.com/horriblegamers. Like our friend Leahy, the legendary D, Boomeraz Leahy, Jason Sams, Robert Noble, Sean Patrick, Chad, Native Lives Matter, Henry M, Pork Chop Poo, Nipron, the best HGP host ever, John Jerome, Evan the Grower Not a Shower, Big D Tanaka, Jonathan Titan D Hall, first HGP Patreon Bill, still even the biggest D Garner the second. Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting the show with the monies. Now, let's get into some video game fucking talk. God damn it, you motherfucker, Mayo. You know, Mayo, what the U.S. population was in the year 1990?
The population of 1990? No, not off the top of my head.
The entire U.S. population.
No, I only knew the world population, so I didn't know what U.S. was off the top of my head.
Guess.
I don't know. No, I couldn't even.
In the year 1990, the census, so when they did the whole census in the year 1990,
10 billion.
The U.S. population was 248,709,873.
That was U.S.?
U.S. only. That's U.S. 248 million, right? So many residents, how many people lived in the U.S. Not how many U.S. citizens there were, just how many people lived here in general. Now, in 2021, there was a current census done last year, because they do it every decade. The population, Mayo, was 332,915,073. So that means in the last, 20 years, the population has increased by almost 100 million. So it's like nearly 70 or 80 million that it's increased by. That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking people coming into the U.S. or being born in the U.S. God damn, that's a lot of people. What happened, Mayo? Why is the population growing so much?
Oh, everybody likes it here, I guess. Opening them borders up, letting everybody come on in.
Yeah, open them borders up, yeah. Fucking Canadians coming in here. Goddamn Canadians. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, that's a fun fact for you about the U.S. But, Mayo, I want to give you a fun fact about video games that I played this week.
Okay.
You want to know a fact? I, in fact, played Mass Effect 2 this week.
Oh, nice.
I'm still playing that game. You know, it's been like a fucking 2 months since I started.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
God damn, that game is long. I feel like I'm not even scratching the surface yet. Like, there's still shit that I know I have to do that I'm like, holy fuck, I haven't done that yet. And I'm like, how long is this fucking game? God damn.
Are you doing all the DLC as well?
Oh, yeah. I'm running through most of the DLC. Like, the current mission that I did yesterday was, I I was playing. Who was I playing as? Oh, I went to that to do the. I've been doing loyalty missions. So the one mission I did with was with the Solarian. I think his name is Morden, the little alien guy, the ones that killed all the Krogan. So pretty much you go with him to the Krogan planet, and he's looking for his friend who's a doctor or whatever, a Solarian scientist, and he's trying to rescue him. And he's like, oh, the Krogan must have kidnapped him or something. And then you show up to the planet, you get in there, you kill a bunch of Krogan, and you find out that the dude is trying to actually cure the genophage by himself. Like the whole time he's been trying to cure it. And Morden tells him, like, dude, you're not supposed to cure the fucking Krogan. The Krogan are bad. Like, if you cure the motherfuckers, they're gonna fucking destroy the fucking universe. And pretty much, like, you find out that the Solarians or whatever, the aliens that don't like the Krogan, they didn't create the genophage that killed the Krogan off, or made him, like, I think it made him sterile. They didn't create it to kill off the Krogan. They created it to control the Krogan, because the Krogan were so powerful that when they went to war with them, they're like, okay, we got to create something to infect these guys to make them not have as many Krogan, like to make the population numbers dwindle, so then we could beat them at this war. So pretty much, like, he was explaining that, he's like, we don't want to kill off all the Krogan. We were just trying to control their population to make them not be as strong as they were to win the war, you know what I mean? But we weren't trying to kill them. And you kind of find that out, and it's kind of like an interesting little thing that I kind of forgot about in the whole thing, because in my head, from what I remember, is that the Solarians just killed the Krogan because they fucking hated him. But it's like, no, the truth is, no, like, we don't hate them. We went to war with them, and we had to control them, and we had to beat them somehow. These guys were pretty fucking strong, so the way we could beat them was through tech, like science. And we infected them with this disease that got them all sick and made them sterile. And but we know how to we also engineered the disease so it doesn't kill them off, because they could have made it to where it just killed off the Krogan, right? Like, they knew how to make that. Like, they're like, we knew how to kill them off. We could have made a disease that just killed them all, but we didn't want that. We'd rather just make them sterile and have their numbers dwindle naturally or whatever. Which is kind of an interesting whole thing on that. But anyways, you show up at the lab, and his friend, the other doctor who used to work with Morden, and, like, apparently they used to be part of, like, this special scientist unit or whatever with the Solarian military. They're the ones that created the genophage. And, like, apparently this dude was, like, his apprentice or something, like a newer doctor, younger doctor. And he was all pissed off at Morden, saying, like, hey, like, you fucking piece of shit. You could have saved them all, but you didn't. And Morden's like, you don't understand, dude, and I'll have to kill you. And he just fucking shoots him. I'm like, God damn, that's dark. He's like, you don't understand. The mission comes first. And he just fucking pulls out a gun. He's like, now I have to kill you, and just shoots him. It's like, holy fuck. Like, you could stop him, but I was like, I'm not stopping him. I'm letting him do his thing. You know, if he wants to kill his friend, he can kill him. And then pretty much you kill him, and then, like, all the data's on the computer. Like, all the data that the guy has been working on to cure the genophage, which is apparently all this data is, like, data that's very useful. And the dude tells me, he's like, what should I do, Shepard? Should I delete it? Should I give it to the Krogan? Or should I download it? And I told him, you know what? Like, I wouldn't delete that, but I wouldn't give it to the Krogan either, because they're fucking assholes. How about let's just keep that data for us, for humans?
We might need that later.
Yeah, keep that for the humans, huh? Yeah, we might need that information later. So yeah, we pretty much, that's what I told him to do, keep that information. And then the next mission I did was the one with Samara, which is the Justicar. And if you remember, Mayo, the Justicars are like the blue people, the blue chicks with the. Mm-hmm. So she's one of those, and she apparently is hunting down her daughters, because she had a bunch of, like, apparently these Justicars, these Asari, that's the race, it's called the Asari. They have a bunch of kids or whatever, like, in their lifetime. They have, like, I don't know, fucking 10 kids or 5 kids or whatever. But they live to be like 500 fucking years old or whatever. Like, these aliens live forever. So this chick was saying that she's hunting down her daughters because her daughters became, like, really powerful, but they became evil. Like they became like really bad motherfuckers. Like they're badasses at what they do, but they just kill people and kill all kinds of shit. Like kill other races, kill other aliens, and pretty much she made it her mission to like kind of right her wrongs because she's the one that taught them how to be evil. So she was like, I made it my mission to become a Justicar, which is kind of like kind of what it sounds like, a police kind of for like the Asari, kind of like this justice handler or whatever, like, you know, hands out justice, Mayo, or whatever the fuck. And pretty much like the Justicars run around the galaxy and their job is to try to create peace and all this shit within the galaxy, but also right any wrong. Like if they see something wrong that they know it's wrong, it's their job to make that right, regardless of what it takes to make it right. So they could kill somebody, you know, in order to make something right. You know what I mean? And that's her job. Her job is to kill her own kids or her own daughters because all her daughters went fucking nuts. And you go to this club to find her daughter. She's been hunting her for like 70 years or something. She's always eluded her. And then you get to the club. You kind of like try to set up a trap where you get the daughter to take you back to her apartment or whatever. And then during that, like, she's like seducing you or whatever. Like, oh, like, you know, she's like kind of like brainwashing you or whatever, because that's what they do. They brainwash you, then they kill you. And as that's happening, Samara shows up. And she's like, what's up, bitch? I'm here to fucking kill you. And she's like, fuck you, mom. And then they start fighting with each other, right? And then during that whole cutscene, there's like if you have enough renegade points, like I do, like a little thing pops up that like, for like, I want to say for like maybe 4 seconds, it gave me a choice. It said like, kill her and I'll join you, Shepard. Like the daughter said, if you kill my mom over me, I'll join you instead of her joining you in your mission or whatever. I thought about it, I'm like, huh, should I? But I didn't react quick enough, and then Samara fucking murdered her ass.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I was like, well, I guess Samara's on my team still. Good job, Samara. You know, yeah, but like it was kind of a weird thing. Like apparently, yeah, you can kill the mom and have the daughter join you or whatever. And I was like, that's a pretty interesting thing. Like, I wonder how everyone on the ship would react. Oh yeah, I just had this chick kill her mom, and now she's with us, guys. Cool. We got a murderer on the ship. This is fun. Oh, yeah. But,
you know, Jesus, I pulled up your hours, not your hours, but like on Time to Beat for Mass Effect 2. This isn't the remake, but this is just the regular Mass Effect 2. And it's got some interesting numbers here. You know, if you beat the main game plus extras, the average is 36 hours and 8 minutes.
Okay.
The median is 35 hours. If you rush the game, it's 22 hours and 47 minutes. And guess what is at leisure?
10.
No, at leisure. So taking your time.
Oh, 50.
85 hours and 47 minutes.
That's me. That's totally me, dude. Because I've been like I'm not kidding, man. Like I'm exploring everything. I go to like every shop.
Yeah. So you're in that 85 hour category.
I'm clicking all the shit. I'm reading all the emails. I'm clicking all the news.
I give you more credit in that. You can do better than 85 hours. I'm going to guess 60 hours.
Yeah, probably 60, yeah.
And then it also gives you speed runs. It has a few people pulled. So right now, the fastest time on speedrun is 3 hours and 56 minutes.
How? No. How do you beat Mass Effect in 3 hours?
I have no idea. That's just what it says on here on Time to Beat. I don't know.
No.
And it said
no
the median
way.
is 10 hours and the slowest speed run is 11 hours and 41 minutes. But I guess it's the slowest reported speed run. But yeah, they said the fastest speed run is literally 3 hours and 56 minutes.
That doesn't seem right at all.
Yeah. I don't know.
That doesn't seem, yeah, that seems like way too short.
This is on howlongtobeat.com.
It would have to be like you just don't have any of the DLC. You just go in there and you just skip all the loyalty missions. You skip, maybe, I don't know. It would be difficult.
If you're a completionist, your average time is 52 hours and 8 minutes.
Skip all the dialogue. Skip all the cutscenes. Maybe 3 hours if you skip everything. Yeah.
You know who took the longest to play it? Domain Plus of all the platforms.
PlayStation.
Yep, PlayStation 3 people. It said Domain Plus took an average of 40 hours, and PlayStation 4 players took an average of 36 hours.
Yeah.
PlayStation 5 takes an average of 36. So it must be. I was gonna blame the hard drives, but no.
No.
The hard drive load time adds like
It's
5
that
hours.
PlayStation gamers know what good games are, and they appreciate
Is that what it is?
them. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Xbox,
so the Xbox
hobos,
360,
those
they
hobos,
beat it.
They don't know anything.
Well, the 360 hobos, they're over there taking 37 hours. So they're actually just a little bit under the PS3 people, but it's longer than the PS4 guys. And the Xbox One players are down to 28 hours.
Yeah, those guys have no patience. Those are all the fucking 10-year-old Twitchers that play games with a 10-second attention span. That's why.
And then our Series X and Series S guys are taking 32 and a half hours.
Good. PS5 guys are taking 300 hours because of me. It's the average. Anyways, yeah, Mass Effect, man, great game. I fucking love that game, dude. Like, I am in love with that game. I hands down love Mass Effect. I love the lore. Everything in it is fucking amazing. There's nothing like it out there. It really is a unique fucking game. I fucking love it.
It is such a good series.
Like, that could be a cool ass TV show. It could be a
I'm
cool...
surprised it hasn't been a TV show.
If I was HBO or Netflix, I would be trying to get EA to give me the rights to this fucking shit so hard. I would do anything to get them to give me a fucking Mass Effect rights to make a TV show. Can you imagine if they did a Mass Effect TV show, dude, with like just all the cool shit they could do with it?
Yeah, no doubt.
They don't even
go anywhere.
Yeah.
They could just throw random planets in there and put it into the lore.
They don't have to. They don't have to. It doesn't have to be about Commander Shepard. It could be like post the Reapers or way before all that shit, or it could be way after. It could be an Andromeda type show or something. You know, it could be anything. They could make it so cool, dude. But like, you know, and you're right. They could literally do anything with it because you go to any planet, you can make any story up, you can fucking make it about whatever. You know, like it could be about anything.
It'd be like Star Trek or Star Wars for the younger generation.
Yeah, with the younger, exactly. It would be like a Star Trek or a Star Wars for like young people, and people would eat that shit up, dude. God damn, Netflix, come talk to me. I'll be your director for the Mass Effect show. All right, I'm helping. I'm directing this shit now, motherfucker. You. All right, I'm gonna have some cool shit, all practical effects, no CGI bullshit. Okay.
But are you leaving the ass shots in the game? Gotta have all the butt shots.
I'm gonna have the hottest Miranda ever. I don't know who I'm gonna have play Miranda. She's gonna be in there somewhere. All right. I'm gonna have a hot Miranda in there. Don't worry, guys. She's in there. And for the girls, I'm gonna have... Who do the girls like? I don't know. Some hot dude playing Shepard. Fucking Brad Pitt in there playing Shepard or something.
What's his name from The Witcher? That plays Superman.
Yeah, that guy. I forget his name. What the fuck is his name?
I don't remember what his name is either.
It escapes me right now. I'm gonna Google him real quick. Henry Cavill. Yeah, Henry Cavill. That guy. He plays Superman. The motherfucker looks like Superman, doesn't he? Because he is Superman. Mm-hmm. He looks like Superman because he is Superman. Yeah. But that dude, he does a really good Witcher. He looks pretty close to fucking Geralt, you know? It's kind of scary how good he is at that shit. Yeah, it's funny that the dude's an actual gamer too. He actually plays The Witcher. That's funny.
Yeah, see? He probably played Mass Effect. He'd be a perfect fit.
Yeah, put him in this. He's Commander Shepard, all right, guys? And then once I'm done making my Mass Effect show, I'm going to turn around and make a Ghost of Tsushima show. Because the thing about a Ghost of Tsushima show, how cool that would fucking be, a badass samurai fucking show. You got the Mongolians fighting the fucking samurais, and like, you got this cool story about the samurai who like believes in the honor of the samurai, and he was raised with the honor of the samurai, but he has to use like stupid ninja tactics, dirty ninja hobo tactics to kill all these fucking Mongolians to save his family and his clan and his people and his island. All right? That's what the game is about, Mayo, okay? It's about a cool samurai. Forget his name. Senji. Ah, fuck, I'm gonna look him up now, too. What's his name? Ghost of Tsushima. Name. Oh, he's Jin Sakai. All right, Jin Sakai, Mayo. All right, he's conflicted, dude. Okay, he's the last samurai. Okay, he's like Tom Cruise right now, on an island full of Mongolians, and like Tom Cruise, he has to save everyone. Okay, and he meets this chick who saves his life because he fell off a bridge or something because he fought the biggest Mongolian ever, but he's just some hobo samurai at the time. It would be like a young teenager Mayo fighting Big Mayo, and Big Mayo whoops his ass, and you fall off a bridge and this chick saves you, and now she's teaching you how to be stealthy, where samurais are not stealthy, Mayo. Those motherfuckers have honor. They fight you face to face, and when they kill you, they look at you in the fucking eyes to make sure you're fucking... They see your soul leaving your body and shit, and they're fucking stabbing you. All right? Ninjas don't have any honor like that. Ninjas throw their stupid little ninja stars and their stupid little smoke bombs, and they sneak up from the rooftops and that's not a true samurai way, Mayo. Okay?
No, definitely not.
And in the game, you see this being portrayed because when you because you could take like these baths at these hot springs that increase your health and shit. But every time you go, like, you can reflect on something. It'll like have you pick between two things. Like, you can reflect on your uncle, you can reflect on your father, you can reflect on your mother, you can reflect on the island, you can reflect on the last people you murdered. And every time you click on something, Jin Sakai sits there and he talks about like this conflict within him. And he's like, fuck, like my uncle told me to like always follow the code of the samurai, never falter from it, because that's the way of life. Like, you must stick to this code no matter how much the enemy is different from you. You must always respect them as your enemy. Like, you must, like, no matter if like the Mongolians play dirty, as a samurai, you must always fight with honor and fight the samurai way, regardless of how they fight. But the thing is, during the game, you don't follow those beliefs because you have to be sneaky at times. And, like, what's cool is the game doesn't force you to be sneaky, but sometimes it feels like it almost like you have to be sneaky because the guys are so powerful that you cannot get into the place or whatever without sneaking in there. But a lot of the game is pretty open to your choices, man. So you can walk up to a fort and you can just walk up to the main door and like challenge everyone to a standoff. Like, at the main fucking gate, you just be like, "Hey, motherfuckers, I'm out here. Come out here and fight me." And like, they do the little duel thing where like you pop the little sword off your little sheath and then you pull it out and you fucking stab everyone. Super cool mode or whatever. But see, like, that type of shit, you gotta have samurai code, like Tom Cruise did. And you gotta save the fucking world, okay? But yeah, I think a samurai show would be really fucking cool, man. Be really fucking cool. Okay? It would be like that show on Netflix about the samurais. What's it called? The something samurais. On Netflix. You seen that show on Netflix? There's a show on Netflix about the samurais. But it talks about like what the fuck was the clan? Like Tokugawa and all those motherfuckers, how they took over like the whole fucking dynasty of Japan or whatever, killed off all the other fucking samurais and then joined all the clans or whatever to make like one big clan and kind of like one big nation. Because before that, Japan was kind of like, it was like a bunch of little countries within Japan. You know what I mean? Like all these lords or whatever, because all the samurai motherfuckers, all the big guys, the name of the samurai, like the clan that you're in, if like say the Mayo clan, you are the lord of the Mayo clan, and your family and your direct descendants, like your son, your brother, they're all part of the Mayo clan, and you have like a military that's under your control as that clan, and they fight for the Mayo clan. Well, this dude, what he did was he like consolidated power from like when his dad died or something. He consolidated the power from that, and pretty much said, you know what? I'm taking over, and I'm taking over the fucking island. Fuck you guys. I'm taking over everything. And he killed off like his cousins and other people, other clans and other shit. And he pretty much joined all the militaries under his banner or whatever, you know? Kind of took over Japan.
Is it Age of Samurai?
Yeah. It's a really cool show. It's like a I would say it's a mockumentary, because they do a lot of. It is a documentary to where they talk about it, but they also do like these little flashback scenes where they show like the samurai or whatever fighting the other samurai. Like as they're talking, they'll show the scene where like, oh, during this battle, the dude, used stealth tactics to sneak up on his enemies or whatever, shit that they never used before or whatever. And,
I just Googled it and it said dynamic reenactments with expert commentary.
Yeah, pretty much is what it is, yes. And they're talking about how, like, some of them used rifles for the first time and, like, that's how they kicked the asses of all the other samurai. They had guns. The other samurai had swords, and, yeah, pretty much a gun will beat a sword in the distance, It's better than a bow and arrow, too, it'll fucking kill you faster. But, yeah, anyways, I think a cool Ghost of Tsushima show. Like, I want to go back to that game so bad, Mayo, just talking about it. But I'm waiting for that director's cut. And I think when the director's cut drops, which is this year, right? Director's cut. That comes out. Okay, I'm looking it up right now, man. Giving some facts here. Oh, it comes out this month, August 20th.
Oh, there you go. 18 more days.
Yeah, you got to pay $20 if you own.
Oh, that was the one I remember on Discord. They were talking about it. If you have to pay like $20 for the upgrade or something if you own the original, but the price wasn't much different if you never bought it before. You pay the normal $60 or something, and then you just get it all. So I'm like, so if you own the game already and you paid $60, you're gonna pay another $20, so you're gonna pay $80 for it. And the guys that never played it before can just buy it new for $60. I'm like, how does that make you feel?
Oh yeah, I remember I had to pay. I have to pay. I don't care. The game is good. Yeah. So apparently, let me give you some facts here about Ghost of Tsushima, Mayo. It's called the director's cut, not the PS5 version. It's called the director's cut, but it's gonna have PS5 exclusive features, Mayo.
Haptic feedback, I'm assuming.
All right, let me tell you about something here. This is going to feature Iki Island, okay? If you're a history buff, Mayo, much like Mayo is, he knows the traditions, in additional to the invasion of Tsushima, the neighboring island of Iki was also invaded during that time period. So, apparently that's going to add a whole new chapter in Jin's journey, and it's going to take place on that island. In that new story, Jin will travel to the island to investigate rumors of a Mongol presence, but soon he will find himself caught up in the events with deeply personal stakes that will force him to relive some traumatic moments from his past. So, that looks pretty cool. It's like a whole new story DLC thing, a whole new island. That's fucking dope. That comes with this. And with while the director's cut is on both PS4 and PS5, PS5 players will have access to a few additional features. So, they're gonna add with this update or this version of the game Japanese lip sync, because apparently before the game was only lip sync to English. So when the character, you could put the game in Japanese and have subtitles, but when the characters were talking in Japanese, the mouths weren't moving. You know what I mean? Yeah, right. The lip sync was off or whatever. It was like a fucking weird dub or whatever. That's what it sounded like. So a lot of Japanese players complained about that. They were saying like, well, what the fuck? How do you make a Japanese-based game without Japanese lip sync? And you put Japanese into the game, like Japanese audio into the game, and not have Japanese lip sync. So apparently they fixed that with this. And also, thanks to the PS5's ability to render cinematics in real time. That's how they do it. That's how they do it in Ratchet & Clank, man. That's how they do it. Cutscenes in Ghost of Tsushima and on Iki Island on the PS5 will offer lip sync for Japanese voiceover. They're also happy to confirm that Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Tsushima Legends and the new Iki Island expansions will all take advantage of haptic feedback and adaptive triggers in the director's cut. That's, that super advanced PlayStation controller tech right there. And there will also be advanced enhancements to 3D audio on the PS5, Mayo, as well as drastically improved load times and 4K resolution options and frame rates targeting 60 FPS. So, yeah.
Yeah, exciting stuff there for you.
Yeah, I'm excited as fuck for this. Oh, man. Oh, I can't wait to see Flute Guy playing the flute in 4K 60 with adaptive triggers. Right? Because you are a flute guy in the game, Mayo. You can pull out a flute anytime and play the flute, and the flute changes the weather, Mayo, okay? Because we all know in Japan that's how the weather works. Weatherman says, today it's going to be sunny outside. And he goes outside and plays the flute, and it goes from cloud overcast to sunny. And that's
so
how it happens.
Dubai has a weather system. Japan has a weather system. What are we doing over here in hobo-ass America?
Hobo-ass America, we're just fucking... we can't get along, dude. This country is full of fucking idiots. We're all arguing with each other about who's right and who's wrong, and fuck the Californians because they're dirty hippies, and fuck the fucking Southerners because they're all dirty rednecks. Fuck the Northern New Yorkers because they're all fucking douchebags wearing Timberlands. Fuck the Texans because they're all a bunch of asshole Texans. Fuck the people in Montana because they're all half Canadian. All right, everyone's arguing with everyone, Mayo. No one gets along.
Yeah,
we're
I get
all, like, half of us believe in the coronavirus. Half of us think it's a hoax. Half of us got vaccinated. The other half is like, fuck you. Microchips in my fucking vaccine, bro. Even though they have, like, cell phones and shit. Like, duh, you dumb fuck. Like,
right.
The government's tracking you on your cell phone. I got microchip in my arm. And then the New World Order is trying to control my face. No, dude. No, you fucking idiot. They're not, but okay. We'll go with your stupid ideas.
I always laugh at a coworker of mine. He's always like, I live off the grid. We don't really have internet in my place and this and that. And he has like a modern cell phone.
Yeah. Have you looked at your ATM card, bro? If it has a chip in it, do you know what that chip is for? You know why Visa has those chips in their cards, Mayo? For data. They track every purchase you do. Because before that... Before those chips were added to the debit cards and credit cards, Visa could not track your transaction to the exact location and time where you purchased something. They could sort of track it, but not really. With that chip, it verifies that you went to that store and you bought that. You know what I mean? Like you went there, you bought this at this time. And they can sell that data to big data companies like Google and whoever the fuck else, Microsoft and whoever, And they sell that data, man. Believe it or not, how do you think Visa makes money? They don't just make it off all the transaction fees. Well, yes, they mostly make it off of that. But data, man. Data is what they sell, motherfucker, you. All that data is useful to someone.
I think I mentioned it on the show here one time. I came across an article like in Ohio that are Department of Motor Vehicles was selling our information, and they've made like $4 million, I think, in the last couple of years selling like our information, and they sell it to, according to the article, they sell it to insurance companies and just other stuff like that. Like private investigators can buy it, like if they want to know information on you and find stuff that the DMV has on you. They can just go there and pay for it, and then they get that information.
Yep. It's kind of crazy, man. Like all that shit it's weird, like all that data.
And they don't even tell us to use it. That's the crazy thing, they just it's the government. And you would think, you're safe with the government giving your information to them.
You have constitutional rights.
Selling it.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck about your mail. All right, that's why America doesn't have a cool weather system like Flute Guy or electric drones that shock the clouds. Okay, we don't have that here, man, because we're too hobo for that. We argue with each other like fuck California.
We would all have like dramatic different climate zones here.
Yes,
we'd all be fighting over what we'd use.
Yes, exactly. What would be the best climate zone? Fucking Brink would have wanted to snow 90% of the year. You know, and like, fuck that. I ain't dealing with that bullshit, you know? Over here, it'd probably be raining all fucking year. In California, it'd probably be sunny all fucking year. You know,
Or be asking for the snow.
Yeah, fucking
They were like,
hobo
we
ass
see some
Gunny.
snow once in our life.
Yeah.
Gunny be asking for rain all the time.
You know, hobo ass Gunny over there asking for fucking rain from John McAfee. And then you over there, I don't know what's the weather like in Ohio? Is it always hot? That doesn't seem like a hot state. It seems like a cold state.
Yeah, it's more of a cold state. I would say, if I had to guess, during the summer, you know, mid 80s. Winter, most of the time, probably in the 30s. You know, it does dip down to like 0 here and there, but not like Canada and stuff like that. You know, we'll get some cold weather group, but
yeah,
you know, we have a little spiel where the weather would drop down to like -1 degree for like a week. You know, and then it'll go up to like 15 degrees, and then
the coldest I've seen it here, that like in my town, since I've been here, was, I want to say, like 9 degrees maybe. And that was fucking cold. I was like, holy fucking shit, it is cold, motherfucker. But for the most part, it stays anywhere between 40 and 60 degrees most of the winter. It does drop down into like the 30s and 20s early in the morning. You know, like everything's iced over and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, unless it's like snowing, then it drops down into like the single digits, like 10, 9 degrees. But like I said, I haven't seen it colder than that. Like I haven't seen it go down to like 5 or 2 or anything like that. Yeah, it does happen though.
Occasionally here, like especially in the mornings when I get up for work. You know, I get up at like 4 a.m. for work, and I'll start my car, and the car will say like -5 or something because it's been sitting outside all night.
Yeah. Like I know that it does happen here, like not in my area, because I live kind of like in the metro area. But there's like, you know, like there's like the Cascade Range, which is like the mountains, and like Mount Hood and all that shit. All that area gets fucking snowy as fuck, and people go snowboarding and shit up there and skiing. So shit's always like, that's where it's like negative fucking 10 degrees all winter or whatever the fuck, you know, like. Oh,
yeah, we do have a little bit of that up in northern Ohio. Up where I grew up, I grew up like in the top northwest corner, but you get some lake effect snow up there because of Lake Erie up there.
Oh, okay.
And then you get a little more snow. But down here in Columbus, it's actually pretty mild. And just that 2 hours south of where I grew up, it's so much better snow-wise and temperature-wise. It's probably a couple degrees warmer on average. And we don't get nearly as much snow down here as we did up there.
Oregon this year though, man, I'm not gonna lie, it's been like really hot. Fucking hot as shit. Like, all last week it was 90s. This week it's gonna be 90s up to like Wednesday or Thursday. Then it drops into the 80s. But like this summer has been one of the hottest summers I've seen ever in Oregon, dude.
I see a lot of that out west. Like Gunny, I know has talked about it a lot. Yeah. Like the temperature's been really warm. Ohio's been pretty good. We've had some 90-degree days, but nothing really higher than
like
mid-90s.
we broke the hottest day record twice in a row. Like it was like it broke it one day, and then the next day it broke that record. Like that's crazy. And the last time that record was set was like in 1980 or something, dude. Like fucking 40 years ago or something. It was a long time ago, pretty much, that they set that record, and the record was like 109 or 108, and then we broke it by like 7 degrees. It went to like 115, and the next day it was like 116 or something. It was fucking hot in Portland, dude, and in my town. That's the day that I told you that it was like fucking, like the AC was on and didn't even feel like the house was cooling. That was that day, dude. It was hot, man. It was terrible. But yeah, anyways, yeah, the weather's been really weird here in my area, Oregon. It's fucking been warm, really warm. You can even ask Billy or Jonathan Hall. They'll tell you.
So according to this, I just Googled Ohio's record heat. The highest it's ever been here was 113.
Wow.
Back in 1934.
Oh, back when you were 2 years old.
Gunny was running around.
Gunny was 3 years old at the time. Whoa.
We'll have to ask him next week if he remembers that it was hot in California.
Oh, Gunny, you remember that one time? 1934?
Back in July 21st of 1934.
Oh, man. Anyways.
It just showed me Oregon. Oregon is... Oh, I just clicked out of it. Hold on.
Yeah, like 115, 116, something like that. 118, something like that.
119.
Mm-hmm.
This is 119 in August 10th of 1898.
What? They didn't have thermometers back then.
it was just some hobo out there going, I think it feels like 119 out today.
I reckon it feels like 119 degrees out here today, fellers. What about you? There was some dude out there in Red Dead country. 1898. I reckon out here it don't feel like 119 degrees, fellers. Mm-hmm. It's real hot out here. Yeah. How about you, Jebediah? It don't feel like 119. I reckon it does there, Walter. Mm-hmm. Yeah, fucking 119. Yeah. 1898.
The lowest one. I was trying to find the lowest one, and so far right now I'm finding like I wouldn't think this would be the one that has the lowest high. The Virgin Islands of the U.S. is 99 back in 1996.
Wow. That's it?
Yeah,
that's like
I
super.
don't know if I trust this article. This website, I don't know.
Oh no, man. Oh no. Yeah.
Hawaii 98 degrees in 1951.
What? You would think that it would be way hotter than 98 degrees in fucking Hawaii.
Right, no doubt. This is Wikipedia here. I mean, you can't go wrong with Wikipedia, right?
Yeah.
And the U.S. state and territory temperature extremes, it says. And it gives a list. But yeah, anyhow, without getting too sidetracked there.
Anyhow, yeah. Ghost of Tsushima. So I'm going to go back to playing that this 20th of this month. Yeah, that's exciting that it's coming out that early because it gives me enough time. Well, not really, because I won't be done with Mass Effect by then. But it gives me enough time to maybe finish Mass Effect 2 before that. And hopefully, I need to finish Ratchet and Clank. I'm really at the end there. I gotta finish that. I gotta get that out of the way this year. Yeah, I gotta get it out of the way. Besides all that, I of course went back and I on my PC machine here, the PC machine, and I played a little bit of Hitman. So now Hitman, it's a game that I love. Obviously, it's a series that I've always liked, and I bought Hitman 3 when it came out earlier this year. Right, it came out in January. Pretty sure it did.
Yeah, that's one of the first games to come out for this year.
Yeah, it was like one of the first ones.
Big game.
Yeah, it was like the first one, right? Yeah, so it came out like in January. Bought that. I was stuck on that mission that I told you. It was a weird mission. It's you're in I believe you're in Shanghai, China, and because the game uses real world locations or whatever, and like you're in Shanghai, China. Obviously, it's not really like I don't know if it's a block in Shanghai. I don't know. But it's like you're like in a whole like city area block, and pretty much you have to go and kill these two targets. One target is they both work for IOI Industries, which is your former employer as Agent 47, is the company that hires you to kill. It's the company that made you a hitman or whatever, right? And your target is this guy who's running experiments in this like science lab that he set up in this abandoned building. And the other target is this chick who's like a super scientist, nerdy girl who, I don't know if it's his wife or not. I'm really not sure 100%. I don't think they are, but they just work together or something. Anyways, this chick, she runs the data core for IOI, and it's an underground facility under that city block that is underground, and she runs this data core that pretty much is what it is. It's like a big giant server data thing that has every single contract, every piece of information ever made that IOI has ever had, any piece of information, any contract, any hit, who hired the like who paid for the contract to have that person killed, why that person was killed, how they were killed, what agent was assigned, who was the handler, everything. It's all in this data core. So your job is to infiltrate the facilities, both of them, because they're different facilities. One's in a building, one's underground. Excuse me. And pretty much your job is to kill the girl, because she's like the super scientist who could build a data core again, and kill the guy, because he's running these crazy experiments. And his experiments are about mind control, and she's just like the engineer that runs the data core and keeps it up to date. And also your job is to wipe yourself, Agent 47, from the data core. So you're trying to erase all the information of Agent 47 ever existing and Diana, his handler, ever existing. So you're trying to erase all that information off the data core so you can upload that information to the government and kind of like expose IOI Industries to the world, you know, saying like you're kind of like, you don't upload it to the government, you upload it to like some WikiLeaks or something, like trying to like show the world that, hey, this company exists that kills people for money or whatever. Anyways, really cool. This mission starts off, you know, and it was really interesting, man, because I start off in this restaurant. I take this dude's outfit. I poison his fucking, like his bowl of soup or something. He goes to throw up. I fucking knock him out in the bathroom. I take his outfit. And he's like some inspector for like IOI. He's like some chief executive or something. That's some inspector that is there to inspect the underground lab. So, sure enough, I go into the underground lab with this chick, and she's like, oh, hi, you know, and like, and somehow I have to trick the AI, because they have like this AI that runs this facility underground, and the AI knows, like, they have biometrics and shit. They know like what the people are supposed to look like. They don't just scan your badge and let you in. They do like all this biometric shit, like your height,
that's
your
so
weight.
counter Hitman. I mean, that's so much more difficult.
And
right
you're
there,
like, and you're like,
man
fuck.
was always let me steal the clothes, and now nobody recognizes you.
No, this is so like, so this is hardcore, right? And even like Diana, no, Diana's dead. Like this other chick, I forget who she is, but she's in your earpiece, and she's telling you, she's like, fuck 47. She's like, okay, she's like, you're gonna be able to get past the frisk, but you gotta pick up this dongle thing that you have to have in your pocket for the machine to scan to even let you in the main door. But you also got to pass a frisk for the security guards to make sure you don't have any weapons on you. And like you get to like the next room, and there's like the biometric scanning room, and she's like, okay, fuck. Like in this room, you're going to have to hack into a computer so I can upload your information to the biometric system. So like it tricks it into thinking that you're this executive guy. So, like, you got to, like, figure out a way to, like, walk over to the computer and fucking hack it real quick and do all that shit. And then you pretty much, once you're in the facility, you kind of have, like, you go and get shown, like, this, the lady's talking about this super advanced AI that they created, or she created, that can predict people's, like, reactions to things. So she tells you, she's like, okay, she's like, if I fire this guy, I know that he's going to disable the... Like, he's gonna walk away from the door, and he's gonna go call his mom on his cell phone and cry about it, and he's gonna come and talk to my personal bodyguard because he thinks that's his best friend about being fired. Now, if I fire this other chick, she's gonna walk into the data core and disable the safety features, which is like the safety feature that like it won't turn on the emergency systems. If the safety feature's on, she'll walk in and disable that because she's pissed off. She'll disable the safety features in the data core before she leaves the facility. Now, if I fire the other engineer, she's gonna, before she walks out, because she's such a dutiful employee, she'll run a purge, or like she'll like test the emergency system and like press the button before she walks out of the room, and that'll ignite the fire inside the data core. So, and it says like, okay, she's like, you could pick who you want to fire, and then we'll come test it out. I'll be back. You can have whatever. You can test it or look at it or whatever and make a choice. So there you have multiple options to kill her. One option is to tell her bodyguard, okay, I'm ready. And then she comes back in and she shows you, she has you test the system, and it'll show you how it works, like how she fires people and whatever. The other way to do it is you just start using the system already. And so like you have the bodyguard get fired, or the guard that's at the door. So he goes and he cries to his mom and he leaves the door. Then you fire the lady who is the other engineer, like the safety engineer, and she goes into the data core and disables the emergency systems. And then you fire as soon as the lady, because you see her walking around the facility with her bodyguard, As soon as she'll walk into the data core to do something on the data core, like type something into the computer. As she's walking in there, you fire the other engineer that's going to press the button to like enable the emergency system. And what that does, it'll lock her into that room and like turn on the fire, like this fire fucking flamethrower shit comes on. And it's like a safety system that like supposed to kill anyone that's in the room. And that's how you kill the target. So I did that. And then I went to go kill the other guy, the guy that's doing the mind control tricks or whatever. I killed him in his room or whatever. And then once you kill both of them, then you're supposed to go back into the data core system, like back into the underground lab, and like hack the data core and delete your files, right? And it's showing like this cutscene. It's showing like Agent 47 and all his targets. It's showing you as a little kid and who you were and how did IOI find you and all this shit. And you're deleting all this data. And like the chick who's on your radio, she's like, okay, she's like, I'm gonna upload all this data right now. Just hit enter. And you hit enter, and as soon as the upload begins, she's like, good job, yeah, we're gonna get these guys. Oh shit, excuse me. Pretty much at that point in time, like some really cool shit happened that I haven't seen in Hitman I haven't seen this in Hitman since like Hitman 2. Which is like all of a sudden the alarm system goes off. Mayo is like intruder alert. And she's like, holy fuck. She's like, they made us. Holy fuck. Get out of there, Agent 47. And like you hear like the system saying like the AI, because the facility is run by AI, and it's saying like emergency, there's a data breach, somebody's in the data core, emergency lockdown, and you hear like everyone's running around, and it's really cool because you like escape through this fucking vent, and you run out, and like all you see is like these fucking SWAT team guys with like gas masks running into the fucking rooms. They're like clearing out every room. They're looking for you, right? And it's like a fucking movie, dude. You gotta like pretty much fight your way out of that fucking place. Cause I thought to myself, like, can I sneak out of here? And I couldn't. Like, even though I had like this, like I found an outfit, like I found this room where like the guys got dressed up as the SWAT team guys, and like you put on the gas mask and all this shit. Even though I had all that, the guys still recognized me because I was like, maybe I'll just be able to walk out the front door, Hey guys, I'm just checking for this. I'm checking for Agent 47.
Trying to be typical hitman.
Oh, I got the door, guys. I didn't see nobody back there. No, dude. As soon as these motherfuckers saw me, they all like got all tactical and shit. Started throwing flashbangs at me. They're all running at me, fucking. And I'm trying to take these guys out. I'm fucking shooting all of them, and they fucking murder me with like a grenade. So I reload the mission, and I'm like, fuck. Okay, I gotta reload this bullshit. Again, going through that whole sequence. Finally, I just fought my way out of there, dude. I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I pulled out my pistol. I'm like, I'm fighting my fucking way out of this place. And I sure did. I fucking fought my way out of that fucking place. And that was cool. Like, I haven't seen that much action in a Hitman game in a long time. I guess maybe Hitman Absolution had that because it was very linear. But this was like, you just got to escape. Like, it showed like the 3 different exits in the facility. And it's like, you got to make it to one of these exits, and that's mission over, you know what I mean? You make it to one of these exits, you're out. So I finally made it to like this emergency exit, dude. And I'm telling you, man, like I barely escaped. Like my health was like fucking so low. I was like, God damn, these guys are fucking me up. Because these guys just kept coming, dude. Like I swear to God, I killed probably 40 people on my way out. And these dudes just kept coming. And they're all like super tactical and shit. It's not like your regular hobo-ass security guard. It's like these motherfuckers were like SWAT team or something, dude. And then they're like fucking throwing flashbangs at me and fucking grenades. And like the flashbang would go off and everything would turn white for like 10 seconds.
Steel Team 6 coming after you.
Yeah, man. You literally had Steel Team 6 coming after your ass. And it was pretty hardcore. And like that shit was really cool, man. Like I was like, that was fucking cool. Like it changed the pace up of the game, because the game, like you said, is very linear, very calm. You kill your target. You walk out calmly. The whole point of the game is to kill your target and make it look like an accident or something, right? Like never be seen. No one knows who did it. You were never there, right? And like this mission is like, no, everything just goes kind of fucking haywire at the end. It's like, no, they know you're here, motherfucker. They just got to get the fuck out of there. Just run or something. Like run, throw flashbangs and run, or fucking just shoot everyone. And that's what I did. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to fucking murder everyone. Everyone that gets in my way. And like I fucking murder a lot of people on my way out of that fucking facility. And it was pretty cool because, like, I don't know, man, that whole facility was it was a really neat facility. It was kind of cool seeing that underground fucking advanced shit. And even, like, the chick, when she walks you through the tour, she talks about how, like, the facility is built in a modular way where if they were ever made by, like, the Chinese government, like, say the Chinese government found out they were there, they're like, we could dismantle this place in less than 24 hours. And the building that the other guy was in doing his experiments, that abandoned building that he was running a lab in, they're like, we could have that building demolished the next morning. Like, we have the paperwork in place to demolish it. We've tied it up with, like, bureaucratic red tape to not have it demolished yet. But in a second, we could make the phone call and have it, like, a demolition team blow that fucker up in a day. Like, the next morning, it'll be blown up, So it's like, wow, like, these motherfuckers are super advanced. And that was kind of cool seeing all that. But yeah, man, Hitman runs great on the PC. It's a fucking cool game. I play it with the controller. I never played it with mouse and keyboard. I wonder how it really controls with it.
A game like that with a third-person view, I never enjoy mouse and keyboard. Mm-hmm. That's like the one type of game I don't. Between that and racing games, those are two I tend to stay away from mouse and keyboard on.
No, I mean, with you
there is a couple games, but usually for me, first person feels natural. Top down stuff feels pretty natural, mouse and keyboard. But that third person view, for some reason, just feels more comfortable with the controller. I don't know what's good. I think it has to do with camera movement because it kind of ties your camera with your mouse, and so you're like kind of swinging your mouse around to move the camera and stuff. So
I think you're right. Yeah,
I think that's what it is.
So yeah, I played a little bit of Hitman. Did that mission. It was pretty fucking cool. I look forward to playing some more. Now, what's really cool is they have these elusive targets. These missions are like one-time missions. They do them like every week. And I completely forgot that there was one coming out like on Thursday. I should do that one. But yeah, it's really cool because, like I said, if you have this game and you have the previous games, it kind of ties all the maps together into one game. So when they do these elusive targets, is what they're called. I believe it's called elusive targets. They kind of set them in like the different maps. They'll be like, okay, this guy is like in the map from the first game. This guy's in the map from the second game. This guy's in the map from the third game, and they'll randomize the guards. They'll randomize everything in the map, kind of what's going on, and your target will be this guy. And be like, oh, this guy is the mayor of the town, or this guy is this banker that's visiting this village or whatever, or this guy is a drug lord, or this guy's whatever. And your job is just to kill that person. But the thing about the elusive targets is you cannot set the difficulty. The difficulty is set to max, and you cannot restart it. You have a one-shot, kill this target, and that's it. No matter how you kill him however the fuck you want. It doesn't limit you. It tells you, like, you can take as much gear as you want. You can take all the guns you want into it, all the explosives, anything you want. You can poison this motherfucker if you want, whatever. But you just gotta kill him. And and then like it gives you a score and it ranks you against the world or whatever, like who did the best score in the world. And yeah, but you only get one shot, dude. And if you fail, well, then you failed it. Like oh, you failed it. Sorry. And I think for every elusive target that you complete, you get XP, of course, but you also get like some kind of exclusive weapon or some kind of exclusive skin or outfit for your character for Agent 47 that you can use in other missions or whatever, Gotcha. Kind of like a little bit of like a bragging right, saying like, oh, I was able to complete that or whatever, so I got this rubber ducky that's pink instead of white or whatever, But yeah, I say rubber ducky because that's an actual thing in the game now. There's these rubber duckies you can put in the game that are like bombs.
Oh yeah.
You put them in people's bathtubs and watch them blow up.
Nice.
Yeah, like, they're pretty cool. So yeah, the rubber ducky became a thing. Like, I don't know, it used to be like a meme or something, and then like they just put it into the game. Like, oh fuck it, we're just gonna put rubber ducks in the game. Fuck it. But yeah, Hitman, played some of that. I also what else did I play this week? I went back and what else did I play? Oh, I played a little bit of some old school game here. Yeah. I actually went and downloaded PUBG. So PUBG,
really?
Yes. So PUBG has changed a lot since the last time you ever played it, and the last time I played it, actually.
I bet.
So now they added a new map called Taego. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but that's how I'm gonna pronounce it because it looks like
Okay.
like it's Taego. So I'm looking at maybe it's Taego, something like that. It's an island map. It reminds me of Sanook.
Okay. Small map then.
But it's big. Like it's the same kind of environment, like this jungly green lush environment.
An environment, I got you.
Like a Vietnam, like it looks like a Vietnamese or something, like some kind of like Asian fucking villages around, and like, but it's a bigger island, not as big as Erangel though. It's like, I would say maybe it's like half the size of Erangel, maybe a little bit bigger, 3/4 the size of Erangel. Not as big as Erangel, not as small as Sanook, in between, but the same type of environments as Sanook. So something like that, like whatever, like it's kind of like a whatever, like I'm in between. But so they've added different things to the game now. So now they have like multiple care packages drop instead of just one, instead of like one crate. What will happen is one crate will drop, but around that crate, other little crates will drop. So when you run there, and the first person, usually what would happen is the first person that would get there would get all the cool shit. And then whoever got there second would get all the leftovers. Whoever got there third would get all the leftovers of that.
And then probably get sniped from the guy that got the stuff first because he was camping and waiting for the next guy to come along, right?
Yeah. But now you get like these other little care packages, so like the entire crew can kind of get like a little bit of gear. Now, it's still only one care package gets all the really heavy shit. So like there's not a team running around with like level 3 shit, on like the entire fucking squad.
Right. That'd be bad.
But the other players do get like extra shit, like extra bandages, extra healing kits and items and med kits and shit like that, and different weapons maybe. They added new weapons to the game as well. So besides the multiple care package drop, there's also now like a gulag in the game. So you die, you have another chance to come back and come back into the game. Also, they've added a new intro into the game. So the new intro is as the plane is coming into the island, or the plane flying in, the plane will go into like an emergency mode where like something happens to the engine, starts failing, catches on fire, and the plane's gonna crash. Now so
you're all jumping out.
So you don't know where the plane is gonna crash. The plane is losing altitude as it's going towards the island. So like, the more it flies into the island, the more altitude it's losing. So the less distance, when you jump out of the plane, the less distance you're able to go out. Like if you want to go across the map, you got to jump out early, because the closer you get to the ground, if you jump out close to the ground, you only have so much time to deploy your parachute and get so far. Or you can just stay in the plane till it crashes. Now, if you stay in the plane till it crashes, you lose 50% of your health. You don't die, but you do lose 50% of your health on the spot. So good luck with that. You know what I mean? So that's a new little thing. Now, the plane crashing doesn't happen on every match. It's like a randomized event. Like, it'll just, like, well, maybe it'll happen maybe it'll happen twice in a row and never happen again for like the next 10 matches. And then it'll happen all of a sudden, So that's kind of cool. It's kind of like a different, I would say like a different thing.
That's kind of a neat idea. You haven't seen that in a Battle Royale yet.
Yeah, like the plane is crashing or whatever. Like, watch, Fortnite's going to have it like next week.
Yeah, Fortnite probably has it already.
The Airbus is crashing, guys. Oh, no, the Airbus is crashing. Woo!
Except for Fortnite, when they do it, they'll have the, was it Arena Grande or whatever concert going on at the same time? Because I know she's doing a concert in there. But they do it at the same time as the plane's crashing.
Yeah, there's some fucking shit. It's not a plane, man. It's a bus, okay? It's a bus.
Oh, God, I forgot. The party bus.
Yeah, the party bus. Yeah. But in PUBG, it is a fucking plane. Now, this game, man, like when I launched it, I didn't fuck with the settings, and I had to re-download it, so I didn't fuck with the settings. I was getting like 300 frames per second or something. And I'm like, but this game looks like garbage. It looks like shit. What the fuck? So I go.
Doesn't it run like up like the mobile engine now or something like that?
But it was like my settings were set to medium, so I ended up bumping them all to high and ultra, and then kind of fixed the graphics a little bit. It made a huge difference in the grass and the trees. That was huge, and the game was still running great. So yes, the game runs great, and you might be right because the graphics don't look as good as they used to.
I thought it was something to do with the mobile version kind of took over the original version.
I think so,
and
yeah.
It's more based off the mobile version now.
Because it's more optimized, and I get it, because you want the game to run great. Now, my first match, I got like a few kills right off the bat, and I don't know if they were bots or not, man. Because I was shooting at this guy.
I should give you more credit than that, I guess.
So this dude was, like, I went into this house, I looted the shit, but this dude, like, totally missed these 2 rooms in the house. But he was in that house, because I go to the back door, and I see him running past the window. I'm like, holy fuck. So I legit just go prone and I just hide. And I don't make any noise. And the motherfucker see him, like, he's like crouching and sneaking around the window. And like, he's like there's these gunshots going off in this shipping container area over here. Like a lot of gunshots, dude. Like, holy fuck. I was like, God damn, who the fuck is shooting over there? Like, all you hear is like, pa, 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 fucking, like these fucking loud ass gunshots going off. And this dude's like crouching behind this wall. And then I see him running across this field. So I pick up all the guns that the fucker left behind and all this shit he left behind. And I get behind him in the field and I get behind this rock and I fucking shoot at him and I miss. And I'm like, okay, fuck. Forgot about the bullet drop in the game. Forgot about all that fucking crap. I shoot at him again and I hit him. Then he goes behind this rock and I know he saw me because he had to have seen me. Because the fucker turns around and he looks at me and he's running away. And I'm like, okay. And then he gets behind this rock and he kind of like looks over the rock. He tries to shoot at me. He misses. I shoot back and I hit him. And like he like hides behind the rock again. And I'm like, okay, should I rush him? And I was like, no, I'm just going to wait right here. And then he goes running across the field again. He goes up this hill. And he's like hiding behind these trees. And I was like, where the fuck is he headed? Why is he running so far away? And I didn't realize. I completely forgot about the circle. I just forgot about the circle. So he was running towards the circle. And he gets inside the circle, gets behind this fucking tree, and I fucking snipe his ass. I kill him with like one shot. I'm like, fuck yeah, I feel good about myself. I run up there. I see another dude on the right. He's like fucking doing some shit. He runs into this house. Shoot him once, he's fucking dead. And then I'm looting these guys, and I take all their shit, and I'm hiding behind this tree. I'm waiting for the guys to come off in the shipping container, and some dude behind me starts shooting at me. And then this motherfucker, he had to have been a real player. This was not a bot, because this dude was actually playing a little bit smarter than the other two. He was like, I was shooting back at him. We were engaged in a gunfight, and I hit him a few times. He hit me once or twice. And by the time I got, I healed up, and I got kind of like a weird area, like, behind this rock. He, like, came up behind me and, like, fucking shot me. He must have heard me or something. But I don't feel too bad about it because I didn't have any armor on. I only had like one helmet on. And the armor I had on was like this shitty armor that I stole from the other guy that was already damaged. And it was level 1, so it was pretty bad. And
right.
So it's kind of like whatever, And after that, I was like, whatever. Like, I don't get the menu in PUBG anymore. There's like this whole beep. There's these keys. There's these things you can buy. There's this battle pass you can buy. I got the BP points that are useless. I don't even think you can use them anymore. I got all these points that, like, legit, you can't use them. Like, I was like, maybe I could buy a crate. There's no crates to buy. The crates are only bought with real money.
I think that was the last way when I played PUBG. I think I had some battle points left from when I played it before. And then you just couldn't use them annemore.
You can't.
So they just sat there.
They're just there for no reason. You can't even spend them on, like, anything, like, at all. So, like, it's really weird because you get these crates that you could buy with real money. You spend the money on the crates, you unlock them, and the fucking crates will give you like guns, and they also give you this shit called scrap. And the scrap, you can use the scrap to craft other shit like other weapons. But I'm like, why would I spend money on these crates? There's no point because all it is cosmetics.
Right.
You don't spawn in the game with any gun. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like you spawn into the game with a gun. You're literally just buying skins for your guns that are used in the game that you may or may not ever use because you have to pick it up.
Do they have any outrageous skins that you saw or anything like that? Any kind of crazy?
No, not really. Everyone's running around doing the same shit, sort of, like, same stuff. You got the clown people, you got the weirdos that run around naked, you got the chick characters, you got the hobo looking people, they're all there still. Well, PUBG, they're all there. It's kind of weird. You know, PUBG. Yeah, that's PUBG for you. It's kind of like, I don't know, man. I don't know. That game could have been so much bigger than what it is. And I don't know. To me, it just feels like it's like died off. Like it doesn't, like no one's playing that anymore. Why, Mayo?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it just kind of died off.
It's kind of sad.
Everybody went to Fortnite, you know, and then moved on from there.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of players for PUBG. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know.
It seemed to be like once they started focusing on the mobile more than the actual PC version, I think that's when people kind of started leaving the game. You know, they were kind of like, you know, forget this. We're just going to focus on mobile. I don't want to play it, you know. The ones that were playing on PC.
Yeah,
I think that's probably about when I left it, you know. Once they started putting that focus on the mobile, I'm like, I'm not playing no hobo PUBG on my phone or any of that, you know, and I don't want to play the phone version on my PC, you know. It's probably going to run all bad and look all bad, you know. So that's probably when I quit playing. But
yeah, I'm looking at the Steam charts, and it says here that the last time they were at 1 million players was in April of 2018. Ever since then, it's been declining. I mean, it went to 800,000, and then, yeah, it's just been under that ever since. It's been under 500,000 since September 2018. And then apparently last month, in July, it was 186,000 average players, with the peak being 413,000. So, I mean, there's still people playing it on the Steam, I guess. I don't know.
it's pretty low compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the peak. The last time it peaked at 1 million was January 2019. So there's that. But yeah, it's been like at 500,000 peak since then, and not below that. It continues to decline. It's like every month it loses players. Like from June to July, I lost 10,000. From April to May, I lost 20,000. So I don't know. It's still a fun game in my opinion. It's PUBG. One thing that kind of did throw me off, been playing Apex and Apex really. It's the only other battle royale I play. Been playing that, since then. This game, PUBG, is ruthless, man. Like, you get shot once and you're fucking dead. Like, It's not like you're fucking done. Like, fuck you, dude. You're done, motherfucker. You know what I mean? It's kind of like...
Yeah, especially those one-shot snipes when you get hit one time and you're just dead.
Yeah, literally. That happened to me a few times where I was like, what the fuck? And the problem is, like, it doesn't even show you, like, where you got shot from. Like, it doesn't show the player. It doesn't, 'cause it doesn't show the kill cam or whatever, It's just like, fuck. I'm like, God damn it, where the fuck did this dude shoot me from? I didn't even see him. There's like some dude probably hiding in a fucking bush somewhere or something.
Right. Remember they used to have that janky old replay system where you could go back and watch it, and
I wonder if it's still there.
It was so hard to work and navigate.
Maybe I just missed it. Maybe it's still there. I just didn't see it. 'Cause I know they had a death cam thing before where you can click on it and it would show you the death, like who shot you, where from, or whatever, how they killed you. But yeah, I don't know. Besides all that, just played a little bit of Battlefield 4 last night. That game is fun. I also feel like that game has a lot of cheaters sometimes. Because these dudes were one-shotting me, and I don't know how the fuck they were doing it. But, like, I would see a guy, right? And I snipe at him, and I miss. And dude would literally just notice where I shot from, and, like, boom, I'm done. I'm dead. Like, right away, I'm dead. I'm like, how the fuck did he get a headshot on me? Like, how did he kill me with one shot that quick? There's no way. Like, and one time I literally spawned, this dude shot me from across the map. I'm not kidding, man. Like, across the map, 3 fucking different islands away. Like, he was, like, legit 3 islands away. And he shot me from across the map. I'm like, how the fuck did you shoot me from across the map? It was just really annoying.
Oh gosh, what was that movie? I can't remember what it was. I want to say it was the one with Angelina Jolie, where they were curving the bullets and stuff. Wasn't it the very last kill? Like the guy fired it, and then he goes to like the office, and then he like dies in front of her, or when she fired it or something. I can't remember how it went. But you know what I'm talking about? There's like they did like a sniper shot, and he's like in the office talking to the person that actually did the shot. And like it took that long for the bullet to get there. Like that person traveled there and was talking to the person that got shot. I was like, what on earth? I'm thinking it was that movie.
Yeah, you gotta curve the bullets. Fucking curve the bullet. That's so dumb, dude. God damn. But yeah.
How many people do? I wonder how many people tried it after they watched
Like
that
try to curve the bullet.
Yeah.
I think I watched a YouTube video one time of this guy trying to do that. He's like, "There's no fucking way you can curve a bullet," and he was like legit out in the field trying to curve the bullet to hit this target. He was like, "There's no way. It's just the bullet just kept going to the side." So he's like, he tried everything. He like made a robot and shit that would like swing the gun really fast. Nothing worked. Nothing. He's like, "No, dude, you can't fucking curve the bullet. This is bullshit." Like. He says, like, yes, there's a curve to the bullet when you shoot it from a distance, like a sniper rifle or something, you know? You gotta account for the wind and shit, and that kind of curves the bullet, but there's no fucking curving the bullet, you know, like that bad, you know, where like, you can make it turn left or right or whatever. Stupid shit. Stupid ass movies. Anyways, that's all I played this week, man. I look forward to playing some more games this week. Yeah, we'll see what I played this week. I don't know yet. I want to play my Switch. It's sitting there in my room, just off. It's dead. I need to charge it. I need to play it. I need to play that fucking Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, what have you been playing?
Oh, well, I'll just jump right in. Speaking of the Switch, did play a little bit of Mario Kart this week. I wanted to see if it worked like more than just the loading screen, because remember a while back I came home one day and my dog chewed up the case, and that was one of the games. Like she like chewed on the game. It has like teeth marks and holes in the game and everything. I'm like, there's no possible way that this thing is gonna work, you know?
Yeah.
And I put the game in, and I fired up the Switch, and it fired up to the title screen. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this thing amazingly works, you know? Give Nintendo some credit for making a cartridge that works after being chewed up by a dog, you know, and it's not just like one or two little holes in it. It's got a lot of teeth marks in it on both sides. I'm like, and this thing is gonna be so ruined.
Don't those things taste bad?
I don't know. I never had tried.
They like have like this coating. Like no, I'm not even kidding. Like they have like this coating on them that like it's supposed to taste bad, so like little kids don't swallow them or whatever.
That could be. I mean, my dog didn't swallow them. I mean, yeah. but she sure did chew on them. She didn't mind that aspect. But yeah, I mean, it worked. I mean, if it would have been a hobo Xbox game or a hobo PlayStation game, Jesus, that's what would have been like throwing it away or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you would have been fucked. You would have wanted that GameStop disc insurance that they always try to sell you.
Right. I definitely won't be trading this game back into GameStop. It'd be one of those ones like you get it, you wonder what happened to it. Like what has this thing been through? Yeah, it's one of those looking games right now. But yeah, and I think I even found it like underneath the couch. Like I think that was the one that was underneath my couch. Like she scattered them out across the room when she got into the cases, and that one was like I'm trying to find it, you know, and here it is like under the couch, chewed up on. But yeah, I mean, it's typical Mario Kart. I kind of like you. I kind of had the urge to just play some Mario Kart for a little while and play the Switch. And it's just something simple and kid-like to it. You know, the games are a different vibe to them. They're just very, very casual.
Yeah, you know, it's just chill. You just chill, man. You gotta really think much.
Yeah, so I just kicked back, played some Mario Kart, do some shells, you know. You know, typical Mario Kart.
All these
stuff.
fucking games like they require you to think and shit nowadays. Like, oh man, it's so hard. It's so hard to play these games. You know, like you gotta devote so much time to them.
Right, you gotta remember where you were at. If you go back to a game that you haven't played for a little while, you gotta remember what was going on and where you were at and what the controls were, and you know,
it's like having
stuff simple.
It's like having a girlfriend. It's like, god damn, you gotta remember where you were. What you did, why did that happen, when did
why you were there,
why the fuck are you here now, when the fuck was the last time you were here, It's so annoying. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, this shit's annoying. God. Nintendo's like, whatever, bro. You want a booty call? It's cool. Call me, and we're good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't care. Nintendo's the Tinder girl of games. They don't care.
The Tinder Girl games.
Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, I mean, it just, it's Nintendo. So, but the other thing I ended up doing, I was kind of on vacation this week again, so I had some time on my hands, and I was trying to find something for us to do, and I ended up taking my kids to this arcade Jesus, and it's one of those like Dave and Buster arcades, but it's called Scene 75.
Oh, sounds fancy.
Oh yeah, this is very fancy. This is in a dying mall, as you would call it. So we have this mall on the west side. It's kind of starting to die, right?
What's the mall called?
Tuttle Mall. I think
Total?
actually went bankrupt. Tuttle, Tuttle, I think.
Tuttle.
And it would be on the west side of Columbus. You could probably just do Columbus, Ohio, or Hilliard.
I just did Ohio, and it's there. Mm-hmm.
So this place called
Mall closing down.
So this place called Scene 75 in there, right? Is an arcade. It's 2 stories, Jesus. It's a 2-story mall, and Scene 75 has 2 stories in it. So I go in there, and Jesus, I go online, right? And they offer me this great deal. Okay, so I'm looking at it for $100. Jesus, I get 4 game cards of $25 each, and they put another $2 on each game card. So it's $27 on each game card, and then they give you 4 ices and a full round of glow-in-the-dark miniature golf. So in this arcade, for $100.
How many tickets? 4?
4. So four cards with $27 on it each. Mm-hmm. So okay, I made like what, $2, $4, $6, $8 there, right? So I saved $8. Then they give you 4 ices and they give you 4 rounds of miniature golf that they have there. It's like a 9-hole blacklit golf. This is all in the same building, though. So the miniature golf is indoors. This place also had a go-kart track in the inside. And then it also had a little roller coaster. And it had a little, like, dropping fair ride, what you'd call it. It starts off on the 2nd floor, and it, like, drops you really fast down to the 1st floor kind of thing. Kind of neat for being in a small arcade. I did see some pretty cool games. A lot of this stuff is ticket based, like we know. You go into like your Dave and Buster's and you can play these games, and you can win 25 tickets or this and that, and you go trade them in, But they did have. I never played it. I don't know if I've ever seen it in person because I haven't been to an arcade thing like this in a while. It's modern, and it had the Halo game there. Mm-hmm. What's it? I don't know. You know what it's called?
Halo. It's not Waypoint. It's Fire Team.
I'm not sure, but it was a big unit, and you could sit inside, and it had these big screens, and it was really cool. Like we didn't play it, but it kind of caught my attention.
Halo Fire Team Raven.
Yeah, it caught my attention for a minute. It looked pretty cool.
It's fucking huge. It's like fucking big as fuck, dude. I've seen it before. That shit's huge.
It was quite large. And I'm like, oh, this thing is really cool. And then right beside it, Jesus, they had, I think it was a 6-player Mario Kart. And it was like, I never knew they had an arcade version of Mario Kart. So you could go in there and like, you wouldn't get to pick your cart. Like it would do a random what kind of cart you had, but you could pick your character and stuff. And then it'd do like a photo of you, the driver as your license and stuff as you're throwing shells at each other. And you basically pick and do one race, for $1, I think is what it was equated to. We did play that a couple of rounds. That was actually kind of neat in an arcade setting, playing with the steering wheel and Mario Kart and playing against a big group. It was only the 3 of us. It was me and my 2 other kids all playing against each other, but it had a definitely different feel to it than regular Mario Kart like on the Switch. And so it was pretty neat.
I see they got like bumper cars.
Yeah, they had bumper cars there. We did not do any of that. They also had some little laser escape room thingies. So you could, it was like a time thing. You went into like one room and it had these lasers, and you had to cross through and try to get out. It was like an escape maze, I think they called it. And you had to push these buttons in time and get out. But yeah, we spent a couple hours there doing that. I mean, the kids acquired a bunch of tickets on the card. It just loaded the tickets that you would win on your little cards that you were swiping. And so between the two kids combined, I think my son had like 3,000 tickets and my daughter had like 2,000 tickets.
Yeah.
So we go to check them in at the end of the day. We get ready to leave. We have our ices that we got free with it, and so we walk in there and we're looking, and they had some really cool prizes in there, Jesus. And again, you know how them places are. The ticket prices is absolutely outrageous.
Yeah.
The one I saw was a poor PS5 for 500,000 tickets. I'm like, this thing is never going to get taken by anybody.
Yeah, no.
If somebody can come into that place and get 500,000 tickets, they probably bought like 3 PS5s at this point, and the cost of what it would do to get those tickets. Because we got 5,000 tickets on $100 basically, and you need 500,000. I mean, that thing. But on the walls, they had like all this autograph stuff on the walls. They had autographed jerseys and all this stuff. But the coolest thing I've seen there, they had this autographed Mike Tyson's Punch-Out picture. It was like a big blow-up picture of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and it was autographed by Mike Tyson.
That's dope.
And that was really cool. I was like, I kind of want this thing, and it was a lot of tickets. But I was like, that is legit
1 million tickets.
And it wasn't nearly as much as the PlayStation. It was like 30,000 tickets compared to the PlayStation's 500,000. And
should have asked him. You could just buy the PlayStation. Were you guys, can I buy this from you right now?
Yeah, I mean, they should have just offered him money on the spot.
A lot of places you can actually. Surprise, not mail. You can actually buy stuff from those.
There you go. Might just have to go back and be like,
they'll charge you the price of the ticket. That'll make the dollar amount. So, if it's 3,300 tickets, the cost of that is usually $33 or whatever the fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's something like that. Where like the 1,000 is the decimal point. So if it's 3,000 tickets, it's $3.
This was 500,000. So
that means
maybe it was 500.
It's $500 then, yeah. It's $1 per ticket. $1 per.
I wouldn't sell it for 500. I wish they would. I should go back and ask them.
You should ask them. No, legit. I would. I would be like, you guys want to sell this? Like, it's been in here for how long now? Like, I'll buy it from
the
you.
18-year-old behind the counter was probably like, sure.
Yeah, man. What you want to give me for it? He probably could get fired afterwards. Stolen fucking PS5.
My boss. But they're very thrilled to be their 18-year-old working in the ticket counting area, watching all the little kids pick the $5 prizes.
First job at a mall, fucking hates it. Like, fuck this. Thought it would be cool to work in an arcade. Now I realizes it fucking sucks to clean after people. People are dirty. Fucking leave a mess. You gotta clean after them. You gotta fix the stupid machines. You gotta deal with the angry mom. My kid didn't want that candy. He wanted this candy. And then you gotta well, lady,
and you get the little kid that can't count tickets. They don't. Can I get this? And they're like, no, you don't have enough tickets. Can I get this? No, you don't have enough tickets.
You have like 20 tickets, kid. You can get like one Tootsie Roll, dude. Okay.
Yeah. Go over here and look at that wall over there. This is for the hobo section right here. You can get one of those things over here.
Welcome to the hobo section where you are lucky enough to pick one thing out of this top shelf.
And everybody else who bought the $100 kit that I bought is over there shopping.
Yeah. No.
But
this place is really cool, actually. It looks cool. I mean, was it full? Like, is there people there?
There was a decent amount of people there. I mean, it wasn't packed, but it wasn't dead, by any means. So
this is the world's largest indoor arcade.
That one in particular, or
that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's big. Like I said, it's 2 stories, and it had a lot of stuff in it. Like I said, it had that little roller coaster, and I had this little drop ride, and they had all sorts of like basketball shooting games and carnival type games.
Not in the world, but apparently in the country, it's the largest indoor entertainment center. 220,000 square feet. It says.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty big. I mean, you could tell the place is big.
Yeah, what they do, like,
the space
what they do, take over a fucking Sears fucking area or something?
It probably was. It's probably like an old
Fucking
Sears or an old
Macy's or something?
and it's like top and bottom. So it was over like a 2-story department
It's probably
store.
a fucking JCPenney or a fucking Macy's. They're always two stories.
Does it say when it was? How long it's been there? I know it's been there for a little while.
No. It doesn't say when it was open, but it says that it's the largest indoor entertainment center in the country.
See, Jesus, this is how we do it in Ohio. We don't. You guys think we're hobo out here and corn-fed?
I mean, you guys
Ohio.
are not real corn-fed. I thought y'all were just a bunch of corn-fed folk, a bunch of corn-fed simple folk out there.
I'm teaching you facts over here. As you would say it, these are facts, Jesus. We are not corn-fed, boring farming people out here.
Over here we call y'all simple folk. I thought you were
That's right.
some simple folk out there, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess not. I guess you guys are more civilized than I thought. Wow. You guys are more civilized than I thought. Wow, I am surprised.
I mean, I do have a butler, right?
Yes, you guys are pretty civilized there. Yeah, I mean, wow.
In my high rise with my butler and.
Yes, that's.
But
wow.
So
But I'm looking at the mall though. It looks like some like old Gothic style mall. Like.
Yeah, it's like an old school like 2-story mall that had. It was probably anchored by like a Sears and a Penny's at one point in time.
Well, it was actually anchored by 2 Macy's at each end, a JCPenney and a Sears.
Well, maybe that's what it was then. Maybe it's a Macy's because there's only one Macy's now, and that's on the opposite end.
Oh, then yeah, it was a Macy's because it says here the original map. I'm looking at the map of it right now. The original anchor stores was a big Sears. They were all 2-story stores, so there were Sears.
I remember the Sears was still there.
JCPenney, Macy's on one end, and then Macy's on the other end.
Yeah, that's weird to see 2 Macy's in one store.
And like they're separated. They're like not even next to each other. They're like at each end of the mall, like.
But still, like have 2 Macy's in one mall is kind of weird.
Dude, Macy's is huge, man. Macy's is like big as fuck. Even to this day, they're still pretty big.
I know we have them here like at the Polaris Mall, but I've never think I've ever seen a mall that's had 2 of them in it.
No, so you guys really like Macy's down there, and them Ohio folk really like them Macy's shopping. Mm-hmm. You know how long Macy's has been around?
No, a while. I think it's like the parade and all that stuff. So it's
I think they're the oldest retailer in the United States in terms of like a retail store. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're the oldest one in the U.S.
I think it would have been like Sears or Penny's or something like that.
No, Sears was actually Sears. I think Sears was after Macy's. But I think Macy's was the original one. That's why it became so big. Yeah, it was founded 137 years ago. Oh, 162 years ago. In 1850. Back in 1858. Mm-hmm.
Back when Gunny was a teenager at this point.
Oh, back when Gunny was 7 years old. Oh, wow. Him and Leahy were hanging out at the Macy's back then. Back in my day, the Macy's was the hangout spot. Mm-hmm. You know when Target was founded? Holy fuck, Target is old too, man.
And look who shops there all the time. What co-host do we have that shops at Target all the time?
I mean, listen here. If I'm shopping at Target or Walmart, I'm shopping Target, bro. It's nicer.
Oh yeah, me too.
It's always nicer. It's always cleaner.
Yeah.
It's
That's
always
Gunny's store. It's kind of convenient that Target's been around for a long time, and I'm always hearing Gunny talk about how he goes to Target.
Listen. Target is very calming and soothing. You walk into there, it's like a nice, clear, white floor. There's like nice, soothing music playing. Everything's clean. Everything's organized. You can go to the aisle, and everything's clean. It looks like it's not disorganized. It's not like shit's everywhere. You go to Walmart, bro. You got like some lady wearing some fucking skin tight, fucking see-through, nasty ass looking lady walking in front of you. You're like, oh, her ass looks nasty. You're like, oh, I gotta like 6 feet, lady, 6 social distance. Get away from me. And then, like, you're walking around, you're like, oh, man, that guy, he looks like he has lice.
And it doesn't matter, like, what Walmart you go to.
It doesn't matter. It could be, like, the nicest.
I live in a really nice area, and we have a Walmart here, and it even plays music on the outside. My Walmart plays music on the outside. It's the same people.
Walmart attracts the ghetto people, bro. It's like a magnet. It's like a fucking, It's like a fucking fly trap. You know, you've seen like a fly trap, and you're like, where the fuck did all these flies come from? It's full of flies. Where all these fucking flies come from, man? There's no flies in here. Where they all come from? Yeah, right. That's how Walmart is. Like, what the fuck? Where are all these ghetto people from? There's no ghettos around here. Like, no, these people are just dirty people coming in this fucking Walmart. And there's always someone fighting with like the clerk. You overcharged me for that shit. That shit is $3 for fucking $2. And like, no, ma'am, like that was the other thing, the Walmart brand. You got the actual brand, the Great Value brand is the one. No, it's bullshit. I want a price check. And then you got price check, aisle 5, the can of tomato soup, price check, please. And then you got 17-year-old Kyle going, fucking price check. I gotta go price check. And then he goes and price. Yeah, no, the lady's wrong. You gotta price. I don't want it then. Fuck this shit. Fuck, I don't want anything. And then they leave everything on the counter. You're like, oh, god damn it, dude. God damn it. And then they walk away.
Yeah.
I don't want this shit.
You don't have that at Target, do you?
No, Target is like super nice. Everyone's happy. Everyone's like cool. I must have missed that. Oh, it's okay. Go ahead and charge me. It doesn't matter. Like, oh, I'm paying $20 instead of $10. It's okay. Charge me. It's fine. I'll leave you a tip even. Thank you, Kyle. Yeah.
The other popular one we have here is Kohl's. Everybody loves Kohl's.
Kohl's is 58 years old, man. 58. You know, Target is 119 years old, and so is JCPenney. Nordstrom is 120 years old. Yeah.
I think we have one of those at my mall too here in Polaris, I think. There was. Maybe it's gone. I don't know.
Walmart with their ghetto asses is only 59 years old. And Ross is 39. Costco.
Yeah, I wouldn't even think Walmart would be that old. Like, yeah. I remember it coming around, but not that long ago, you know. I remember some other department stores when I was a kid that all, like, went under.
What happened
and I don't know how big they were.
Man, Kmart, man.
We used to have one called Hills. I remember as a kid and had the greatest toys. I used to love it. And I don't know if it was a chain or what it was. But
Kmart is pretty old too, man. Kmart is
Kmart.
122 years old. They're up there with all the big guys. Sears too, man. Sears is up there with the big dogs. Sears is 128 years old. Too bad all these companies went bankrupt. Thanks to Walmart. Fucking asshole Walmart.
Yeah.
IKEA.
Walmart, now Amazon.
IKEA is 78 years old. How the fuck? Wow. Dollar Tree, 35 years old. Radio Shack. Holy fuck. Guess how old Radio Shack is?
Oh, yeah. Radio Shack's been around for a minute.
How old do you think they are?
110.
100 years old. Holy shit. Huh? That's a long time.
You just don't. I mean, they're pretty much gone now, right? There's a hobby store that has a little Radio Shack section.
The Radio Shack that used to be in my town, man, that place, I would go in there sometimes to like buy like random shit that I couldn't find anywhere else, like a wire or something.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that place was so sad. I'm like, what do you guys sell here? The fuck is it? They would like have
random wires.
Yeah, like random wires, and like they would always have like one or two cell phone things, like two cell phones that they were selling from like AT&T or something, and then they would have like a random section with like a drone, and then they would always have like one little toy thing, like an RC car or something in there. It's like, what? Why do you guys have like a random RC car? Like, why is it $100? What does this thing do? You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Or they would have like drones in there, like random drones, like not the nice drone, not like the DJI drones or whatever, like the nicer ones, but like some hobo drone. Like this is like a pocket drone or something. So what are you guys selling here? Like, what's going on here, guys? And finally, they got shut down, and it became an Xfinity mobile store, which is nice for me because that's who I use. So whenever I need to upgrade my phone or whatever, I just go there, and they help me out right away. Now, those stores are actually really nice. The Xfinity mobile stores, man, they remind me a lot of like Apple stores. They're like super clean, super nice. Everything's white. Everything's nice. Everything's clean. So nice looking stores.
That's one thing I don't deal with anymore. Like my phone is like through Verizon,
Yeah.
And anytime you try to go to a Verizon store now, you ask them a question, and they're like, I don't know, check online. You know?
Really? No.
Yeah, they just tell me just here, call this number, they'll help you. We don't have any power to do that here, kind of thing anymore. And then you have to go online and or call them, and then when you call them, it tries to give you like an online thing too. It's like, oh yeah, just go to our website. You know, like no, I don't want to. I want to talk to a person.
Yeah, Xfinity Mobile is actually really good. They're pretty good about helping you out. And when you're upgrading, they're pretty good about giving you good deals and shit too. They're really cool people. I like them. Good company, good cell phone company.
But even actually, a little story is like through Verizon, my daughter decided to get a new phone, and we went to Best Buy and looked at them at Best Buy, right? And they had you can go through Verizon there.
Yeah.
And so she wanted to trade in this old iPhone, and they told her they'd give her like $100 for it at Best Buy.
Dude, you could sell that for $200 probably.
But she's like, if you trade it into Verizon, like to Verizon, they'll give you $300 as a credit toward your bill. So she's like, oh, okay, I'll do that. And they're like, okay, so you have to do this. So they print out these instructions, and it's like you have to go to the website, you have to click on this link, and I'm fairly tech savvy, right? You know, and I can find myself around a website pretty decently. I spent like an hour trying to figure out how to return this phone, trying to figure out what to. Finally, I had a call, and the guy was like, "Oh, here, talk to the live chat thing and type in some like device trade-in or something like that, and then it will give you a link to this different website, and then you can click on here, and it will start to process." And then it was like, you had to fill out all this information. It's like, okay, I had to fill out the phone. Then it was telling you to like, they wanted this RMA code off the phone or whatever it was, and this and that. So like, I'm turning it back on and getting the code off of it. I fill it all out, and then they're like, okay, we'll send you a box. And then after you get the box, then you put the phone in the box, and you mail the phone back to us with a label. So I finally got it all done, but it was kind of a pain in the ass. Like it was not easy.
To make it
I'd rather probably her just traded in for $100 and not had to deal with the Verizon thing, because it was not that simple.
Usually, I'm able to. But the way I do it is I just usually upgrade, or if I paid off my phone, I'll just sell it. You know. Sometimes what I'll do is to get more money out of my phone, because I don't use a case on my phone. That's one thing I don't ever use as a case. Mm-hmm. The most I've ever had is like a bumper on my phone, like you know what a bumper is, right? Like it's like literally like just like the edge is covered. Not even the back is covered or the front. It's just like the edge is covered in case I drop it. But yeah, even like. What I'll do if my phone is really fucking like busted up, like scratched up and all fucked up looking, I'll end up trading it in as a like defective device, and then I'll get a new one from the insurance company, brand new, and then I'll just sell that because it's unlocked, and I already paid it off. So I'll get it and I'll sell it, and I'll fucking sell it to whoever. And I sold my phones for like $600, $700. I usually end up getting
that last time you sold one.
Yeah, I get about $500 to $600 per phone, because I'll sell them as brand new. You know, I'll be like, no, dude, like fuck you. You're not paying me fucking $200 for this phone. It has a lot of memory, and it's a fucking iPhone. And the people that who buys it from me the most, foreigners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's common here. Like my coworkers are a lot of them.
People from Asia.
They would send them back to Africa.
Yeah, from Asia or Africa or Latin America, or usually Russians, Latin Americans, and Asians here. A lot of Russians here in Oregon. So like, these Russians, man, they'll buy these fucking phones up, and they just ship them back to Russia. And in Russia, they resell them, and they make a lot of money on these fucking phones. And same thing with Mexico. They go and they take them back to Mexico, and they'll say they pay it for you. They pay $500 to you for it. They go down to Mexico and resell that shit for $1,000 more, $1,500 even, $2,000 at a time. You know what I mean? And who buys it? All the cartels and all those motherfuckers with money. But yeah, man, it's kind of crazy to me how all that stuff works. How we take all this tech in the U.S. for granted, and other countries, people are paying a fucking premium price for that shit, dude. Like, legitimately premium price. I remember one time I bought was it the iPhone 5S? I literally had just bought it, Mayo. I went to AT&T and bought it. I turned around and sold that fucking phone for like, I want to say like $900 right out of the store. Like I legit, some dude hit me up on Craigslist like right as soon as I posted it. He's like, "Where do you want to meet?" I told him Target across the street, or whatever. I told him it's Target or whatever. He was there within like 5 minutes, money in hand, and it was some Asian dude, and he was like, and it wasn't even unlocked. That's the thing. The phone was locked to AT&T carrier, and he's like, "Where'd you buy it?" I was like, "AT&T." He's like, "When?" I was like, "Right now." And he was like, "It's locked." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, don't matter." I'm like, doesn't matter?" He's like, "No, don't matter. Here's your money." Boom, dude. Gave me like $900 on the spot. I'm like, wow. Wow. No wonder there's people on Craigslist just fucking, all they do is flip phones all day, because there's big money to be made there, dude. If you could find cheap phones and flip those fuckers around, you could make a lot of money, dude. Like if you buy a phone for, say your daughter was to sell her phone, and someone gave her $350 for it, they could probably turn around and sell that fucker for $800 or $700 or whatever. You know, double their money or whatever, dude.
Right.
That's what people do, and that's what these guys were doing. Last guy I sold my phone to, it was this Mexican guy, and all he told me was like, "Is it locked?" I was like, "No, I had it, with Xfinity or whatever, and it should be unlocked. I already paid it off." He's like, "Okay, here's the money." He's like, "I'm taking it to Mexico." He's like, he's like, "It doesn't matter if it's locked." He's like, "I was just asking in case I had to do a little bit more work to unlock it. I was going to take it to Mexico anyways."
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. Yeah, and to him, he pretty much got a brand new phone for $500. He'll go around to Mexico and sell it for $1,000 and double his fucking money. That's what people do, Mayo. That's the black iPhone market. Oh, I just give you all some insights into the black iPhone.
This is why Apple's so popular now.
The black iPhone market. They do it with Androids too. I think the dude wanted to buy. That guy bought the Galaxy that I had also at the time, but he paid me way less for the Galaxy, dude. The Galaxy was newer by a whole generation or two.
Android, right? I know you're getting at.
It was actually newer. Okay, this was like an iPhone 7 Plus with like the max memory, which is like 200 gigs or 500 gigs or something. And this was the Galaxy like S20 Plus, whatever the fuck. And it was like, like a nicer Galaxy phone. Both brand new fucking phones look nice. He only gave me $300 for the Galaxy. He gave me $550 for the iPhone. You can imagine that. $250 more for an iPhone, Mayo, that was a year or two older than the fucking Galaxy. Literally, like 2 years older than the Galaxy.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? It couldn't have been the memory, because you could just put a memory card in the Galaxy.
Yeah, you can expand the memory in those.
It doesn't matter if it's a 64 gig. You can expand the memory. So I don't know, man. But yeah, literally, he paid me way more. I'm telling you, man, it's that fucking name, Mayo, that black iPhone market.
It was funny, too, with my daughter. So, the phone's in my name, right? So it's my account, and, they do the monthly payment. So, like, my daughter pays me for the phone. So it gets put on my plan, and she just gives me the money every month, right? But so what she decides to do, like, she has her boyfriend she's had for a while. So she, like, trades in his phone and gives him her old phone. And then they traded him. It was an Apple 8. It was like a 64 gig iPhone 8. You know? So that's what they gave $300 for. So it wasn't even a phone that was on our plan. It was just like one that he had. But it was a nice shape, and it was a 64 gig one. But they gave us $300 credit for it. So it actually credits my bill $300. So
nice.
I mean, I haven't gotten the credit yet, but I mean, I just mailed it the other day. So
you know why they're giving so much for that trade-in?
They'll probably sell it.
Sell it back to Apple. You know what Apple does? They reuse that parts and remake the new iPhones.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, we're recycling over here.
Chip shortage. That whole chip shortage.
Yeah,
Apple is one of the main culprits of that. They know it too. That's why Apple is one of the biggest tech companies to like be all about recycling their phones, because they're the ones that caused the fucking shortage of the shit in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, oh, hey guys, we're super green over here at Apple. We recycle like 80% of iPhone. Like, yeah, we bet you do, motherfuckers, because you know who the fuck caused the fucking diamond shortage and the gold shortage and the silicon shortage and all the other shortages of shit we need to make tech? Apple, you fucking dicks. Yeah, Mayo. That's what caused it. You know how many iPads and shit's made every year that don't get bought? They just sit there. No one buys them. It's just fucking used metal and plastic and glass. All that shit. It's just sitting there. It's their fault, Mayo.
Yeah, I blame Apple.
I blame them too. And Samsung. Fuck Samsung. Anyways. Mayo. I think Mayo's done with what he's been playing, guys. I don't know. We went on a tangent there for like 2 hours. I don't know what the fuck. We were talking about malls, about Mayo, about phones.
I did go to another arcade, Jesus.
Oh.
So we went to that one the one day.
Wow.
The next day,
Wow.
we were kind of bored, and on Saturdays and Sundays, this arcade is open from like noon to 6 for kids.
Yeah.
And they can basically you play for free. It's called Level 1 here in Columbus.
Yeah.
And it's like a 16. It's like old school arcade. So it's like all like old Frogger, like top down table, dig dug, pole position kind of stuff, but way cheaper. So Scene 75 cost me like $110. I go to Level 1, and we were there for like 4 hours, and I spent $10.75 on drinks. So they only charge you for drinks, and then basically, as long as you have drinks there,
They give you free play.
all the games are free play.
That's so cool. Yeah, there's a place
So-
here in Portland like that too. That it's the same way. Like you show up, adults only, but as long as you have a drink in your hand, it's free play. Like just
Yeah,
chill.
and that's the way this typically is, except for on the weekends from noon to 6. They let kids go up, and then they have like soda and stuff. So it's like fountain pop, and as long as you have a cup, they'll give you a glass. You just take it with you. And they have tables beside every game.
If you want to be a real hobo, man, you go and steal a cup from the trash can. Get in there,
These are glass cups. They give you glass ones, actually.
rinse it out real quick, oh, I got my cup. My goes, where's your cup, sir? Did you pay? Yeah, my cup's right here. Yeah. Sir, that cup.
I really don't think
Cup.
they even care. Like, there's like 2 people working the bar, and they don't really seem to be even paying attention. Like, you can go in there and you buy like one drink, and it goes down to like, they fill it like halfway full of ice anyways.
Yeah.
And that ice just kind of melts in the water, and it's sitting there on my counter, like sitting on the table beside me. It's all melted
Is this-
already. And it's
is
just
this-
ice.
Is this good fountain soda? Is this good?
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Is this high concentrate fountain soda?
It's pretty good. I would say it's like movie theater quality.
Is this McDonald's Coca-Cola fountain soda?
Probably better than McDonald's.
Listen, no, Mayo, no, Mayo. Let me give you some fun facts here, Mayo, about McDonald's
Oh, okay.
Coca-Cola. McDonald, and his team of McDonald's, they have the best Coca-Cola in the world. You know why?
Enlighten me.
Let me tell you why, Mayo. If you ever go to the McDonald's, just order a Coke and then go to like another fast food place and order a Coke. And you will see, Mayo, that the place Coca-Cola fountain from the Coca-Cola fountain soda from McDonald's is way better tasting than any other place. Because Coca-Cola from McDonald's gets delivered in metal, like metal barrels. Most places get their
Like a pouch. It's like a
it's like a pouch in a cardboard box.
Like one of my old warehouses would deliver that. Yeah.
Well, McDonald's actually gets it in a metal barrel thing or whatever, like a metal.
It's like
thing.
a keg.
Yes. Also, McDonald's uses insulated pipes all their way to the fountain machine, and these pipes are set at 34.5 degrees. So you got these pipes running to the machine that are set at a certain temperature, so the soda is delivered cold to the machine.
Where do you see all this stuff at?
All right, listen. Okay, listen. And these pipes are insulated, Mayo, so there's no chance of them losing that temperature, Mayo. Okay, and rumor has it that the Coca-Cola company sends to McDonald's stores are that metal can or that metal thing that the barrel or whatever the fuck they use is actually a little bit, just slightly percentage higher concentrate than other like the pouch one that other stores use.
Oh man.
So when you go to the store at McDonald's and you get a Coca-Cola and they put a lot of ice in that Coke is actually designed to have that amount of ice in it, so the amount of ice melts and the Coke doesn't get diluted. The taste does not get diluted as the ice melts, Mayo. This is facts, okay? I'm telling you, I've watched YouTube videos on this shit. All right, I know these facts.
Is this that like McDonald's documentary, or like he shows the owner? Is this what you see?
No. That wasn't shown in that movie, The Founder or whatever. That I watched. That movie was pretty cool actually, but I didn't. No, it's not shown in that. It's just actually just like, because I've always thought about like, Coke really does taste better from McDonald's than it does from anywhere else, and that's why they use like all this shit to like make their Coke taste unique compared to other stores. They don't have like that pouch bullshit trash hobo soda concentrate shit. The syrup in a fucking cardboard box, okay? They use a metal fucking thing. They use insulated piping, which no other fast food place really does. And their soda their soda is more higher concentrate. Like it's a thicker concentrate of the Coca-Cola syrup. So when the ice melts, it doesn't dilute your flavor, Mayo. All right, fucking facts, Mayo. God damn it, you. Facts.
But yeah, for some reason, if I go to McDonald's, I like Dr. Pepper, right? And their Dr. Pepper, it has to be the nastiest tasting stuff I've ever. Like, I won't even drink it anymore. I refuse to drink Dr. Pepper from McDonald's.
Should have drank Coke.
Yeah, I end up ordering a Coke anymore because the Dr. Pepper tastes so bad.
See?
It don't even taste like Dr. Pepper.
All I ever order from McDonald's is a Coke.
So they do not understand how to make Dr. Pepper.
But listen, they understand how to make Coke, motherfucker. You what's more important than Coke?
Dr. Pepper. That's complicated drink there. That's got 23 flavors in it, Jesus.
23 doctor flavors.
They can't perfect that.
You know who invented Dr. Pepper? Some pharmacist.
Isn't it like the Dr. Pepper company? Because it's actually its own company.
It is, but it's owned by Coca-Cola.
Is it owned by Coca-Cola? Because I know Pepsi distributes it too.
Yes.
You sure that they're their own company?
No, I'm pretty sure. Coca-Cola.
I think you're wrong. I'm calling you out, Jesus. I think Dr. Pepper is its own company.
Dr. Pepper. Actually, you're right. It's its own company. Holy. Who is the parent company of Dr. Pepper? In 2008, the Dr. Pepper Snapple Group was established.
I think they just let Pepsi and Coca-Cola deliver. That's why some places will have it and some places won't. Yeah. They'll have Coke products and some places have Pepsi products, but they always have Dr. Pepper.
Yeah,
I think that's why. Mr. Pibb is Coca-Cola, if I remember correctly.
Oh, you're right. That's just nasty.
That hobo,
No. Well, is Mr. Pibb Coke? Is Mr. Pibb Coke? And then was that Barks root beer?
Well, Barks is root beer. But Mr. Pibb is like the knockoff Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's like the generic, like when you go to the store-bought, Kroger brand soda. That's what like Mr. Pibb reminds me of. That's like the last-ditch effort. Like, I'll take the generic version. But Dr. Pepper is its own company. It's like 7-Up. Like 7-Up is its own company too.
Yeah. So this Dr. Pepper, Mayo, was invented back in 1885 by a man named Charles Elderton, who was a pharmacist, Mayo, in Waco, Texas. He used to make soda fountain flavors until he found a blend that customers loved.
And then 23 flavors.
Yeah, and he wanted to call the mix a Waco. But his boss, Wade Morrison, told him that name was stupid and came up with the name Dr. Pepper. Also, since your Dr. Pepper made its debut on a larger stage in the World's Fair in 1904 in St. Louis. And at the World's Fair, it became a hit. And soon after, it expanded throughout the country and became a national brand by the 1960s. Yeah. Is that
it's always weird. You think about the fairs and stuff and how that stuff worked. Yeah. So I remember one of my old neighbors back where I lived, their last name was called like Munchies. and they say their family is the one credited with inventing like the hamburger, and they fight back and forth or like with a couple other people. And I actually looked this stuff up, and yeah, his family, his last name heritage and stuff is tied in, and I guess it's like from like a state fair back one time at point in time they decided to make like a hamburger, and we're trying to claim it. You can look it up, and there's all sorts of interesting articles on it, but they argue about like how they were like the creator of the hamburger, and it was like his great grandpa or something like that, and his dad actually now works for Wendy's. He works at corporate Wendy's here in Columbus, Ohio. Another thing we have in Ohio, Jesus, corporate headquarters for Wendy's.
Oh, I actually like Wendy's. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I think the first Wendy's was actually in downtown Columbus.
They're pretty good. I go to Wendy's. I go to Wendy's more than I go to McDonald's.
I like their fries.
I don't like their fries, but I do like their hamburgers. Like, not even like their big hamburgers, like the big ones, but like the normal ones, like the junior bacon cheeseburgers and shit. They're actually pretty good. They taste decent. I don't know what it is.
I'm just there thinking how sidetracked we got. we're all talking about food.
I'm just saying, like, we're bringing facts to the people. The people need to know these facts. I mean, I bet you most of the listeners right now are thinking, fuck, I really want a McDonald's Coca-Cola now because it sounds so refreshing. And it's the truth. Right?
Or they thought Ohio was all hobo and a bunch of farmers, and now they're realizing Wendy's is headquarters in Ohio.
Bunch of simple folk out
Wendy's
there.
was here, and
yeah, I thought we were all a bunch of simple folk out there, but no, man, Ohio is actually a pretty civilized place. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Just the last thing I just want to hit on real quick, Jesus, that I did this week. Not really gaming related, but HGP related. I actually took a little road trip yesterday to that state up north. I'm just gonna call it Itchigan because we don't pronounce that M over here in Ohio. And I went up and seen our buddy old Eric, old Saint Nips.
Oh, Saint Nips. Oh, hey guys, I'm sad. Did he sound sad?
Oh, he was happy to see me.
But did he have that sad voice like, hey man?
No. Hey. See, Eric was very happy because I took the Camaro up there and I let Eric drive the Camaro.
Oh.
So he couldn't help but not be sad. He couldn't help but be happy because.
What if Eric would have crashed your Camaro? What would you have done?
Oh, I have insurance. I mean, that's
true.
Not a big deal.
You're such a nice guy. I would have killed him. And throw him into the lake.
Yeah, I got to go up and meet his wife, and his child was sleeping at the time. And then him and I, we went out to we ended up going to West Lansing, not East Lansing. We went to West Lansing, right? Because that was closer to his house.
There's fancy area right there.
And we went and got some Detroit style pizza, and we had this meat, like meat lovers pizza.
What is Detroit style pizza? Explain to me.
I don't know. They just call it a Detroit style pizza.
Did Eric tell you that it was Detroit style pizza?
He did.
He was like, "Yo, Mayo, this is Detroit style pizza."
You know what?
Did it come with like a gun attached to it or something?
You know what I should have done, Jesus?
What?
Hopefully Eric isn't listening. I'm gonna pick on Eric for a minute.
I hope he's listening.
So I should have had Eric show me the telephone pole that he fell off of.
Oh, you should have. I would have taken a picture.
I should have got pictures. And like this is where it all happened. Cause we did see a WoW truck where he used to work for WoW and stuff like that, And I should have had him take me to show him.
You should have.
Maybe like a reenactment.
Yeah, you should have. I would have.
Yeah, we could have put that on Discord. I didn't even think about that until just now.
So apparently the Detroit style pizza, Mayo, is like a square deep dish
it was square.
pan.
It was like an 8-piece deep dish.
Yeah, it's a deep dish square pan pizza. Apparently that's the Detroit style.
We had that. And I got to hang out with them. I was probably there for about 4 hours. We took the Camaro out. Then we're coming back from West Lansing, right? And so we get back into his hometown. And I pull off the side. I'm like, "You want to drive it?" And he's like, "Heck yeah!" So he jumps in and we drive around for a little bit. And he's kind of like, one thing I'm learning about Michigan drivers is they don't care what the speed limit is. Evidently, like I found that going up and coming back. But so we're in this little town, right? And we're like on the edge of town. I let him jump in the Camaro, and he's just flooring it. And we're going like 95 and a 30.
Oh,
you know, on
God.
the outside edge of town. My car is like very loud too. It's got loud exhaust and stuff on it, and so it's like rumble, you know, and everybody can hear it taking off, you know. And he's just like, I just don't care. He's like flooring it in town, and we get to the edge of town. He's like, oh, this is where my parents live. And he like takes off by his parents' house. His dad's outside mowing the yard. He's like, thought it was all cool. So then he's like, we turn back around and go back to his parents' house. And we park and we actually get out and talk to his dad real quick. And he shows, you know, his dad my car. And I'm like, oh, you should tell him it's your car, you know. And, you know, his dad didn't believe it. But so we go, of course, we were on the edge of town. So we back out to go take off. And he like just guns it, you know, breaks the tires loose. You know, it's squealing, taking off, going sideways and everything else. And he's like, oh, this is so cool. And he's like, sorry, I didn't mean to squeal your tires. I'm like, yeah, you did. But I didn't care. You know, I'm used to that.
That's dope.
But yeah, we got to kind of play around a little bit. We didn't really do any video game related stuff. He showed me where his computer is at and how his you know, wife has a little office up there too and stuff. But
nice.
He showed me he made a little man cave. He has like a brand new TV and an area with a bunch of TVs set up. And he has a little surround sound bar and stuff in there. So he says they've been doing some like UFC fights and some gaming in there and such. So, but it was a good time. But yeah, learning.
I'm glad he's good.
Learning how like Michigan people drive up there. I could not believe like going to Michigan once I got like across the state line from Ohio. So the speed limit was 70, Jesus, and I'm thinking, okay, I'll run 77. So I set my cruise at 77. I'm like the slow grandma in the right lane.
You're that fucking hobo old man, right? Driving that nice Camaro, fucking
Camaro, right? But I felt like, because in Ohio, like, anything past like 5 mile an hour over, they're probably going to pull your ass over, especially if you're in a Camaro or a Mustang or something like that. You're like a prime target. So I'm like,
your guys' speed limits are high, dude. In Oregon,
I'm like 70. 77 is pretty good.
Oregon, the speed limit is, guess what the speed limit here is max?
65.
55.
50. Wow. We have a lot of parts that are like 70 here in Ohio and 65.
No, nothing is 70 here. Nothing. Everything, the max that I've seen is 55. Maybe 60 at most, but it's 55. I mean, I drive like 80 on the way to work, but I'll get pulled over. I get a pretty hefty fine because I'm going like 20 over. It's like every 5 or 10 miles over, it adds like another 50 or $100 to the ticket. I know this because I had like a few tickets for speeding, and they always do that shit.
So on my way there, you know, I have my cruise set for like 77. I would speed up to like 80 every once in a while, and I kind of get over to the fast lane and get around somebody and kind of slow back down. Again, I'm like being very cautious, like looking for cops, waiting for a cop to be sitting along the side of the road, you know. And I get to Eric's house, and we're like hot rodding around, and he's hot rodding around, and he's like, no, man, he's like, you just go with the flow up here. He's like, you just pretty much go with whatever speed the traffic's going with you, right? So I'm like, okay. So I'm driving home, and it was, I want to say it was like 5 p.m.-ish. Yeah. I was kind of heading out on a Sunday. You know, Sunday drivers in Michigan, right? I get on the interstate out there. It's like Interstate like 96 or something. And it's between like Lansing and Auburn Hills, Michigan. And I'm heading like east and west. And so I just get behind this group of cars. And I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention, right? Next thing I know, I look down. I'm running 95. And I'm just like barely keeping up.
Wow.
And I slowed down to 90. And I'm driving in the middle of a 3-lane highway going 90. And I'm still getting passed like constantly. Like,
wow.
I'm like, this is nuts. Like, I just had my cruise set at 90 for like the last hour and a half. Like, almost all my drive in Michigan, my cruise was set at 90 mile an hour. And once I hit to Ohio, it felt so slow because the speed limit there, again, is still 70. But 75 is about the limit you want to go. Like, you don't want to go. You go 76, you're probably gonna get pulled over.
Yeah, West. It must be West Coast thing, man. Because most of the West Coast, everywhere that I've been, speed limits are 60, 55, 65 at most. But that's most of the West Coast. Like even Washington, there's areas where like the speed limit is 60, 65. Oregon is 55, 60 at most. California,
interstate
it's the same way. They're all the same way.
Out east here, I think when I go south, like when we would drive to like Florida and stuff like that, I want to say like Tennessee in them, like Georgia, maybe Tennessee. I know Tennessee was one, but they have speed limits like on the interstate where it'd be like 80, 75, 80.
I know, yeah. Texas and shit is like 88, 85,
And
85
like,
speed limit. Yeah,
this is
fuck
great.
yeah.
This is great. But yeah,
But yeah,
in Ohio it's 70 most of the time. Most of the
yeah.
time I'd say it's 65, and a lot of our big highways are 70 in stretches. Around Columbus, all of our highways here are 65.
Yeah.
And you can run about 72, 73 is about the limit of what I'll run.
Here, I think the reason why it's so slow is because of the rain. It's always raining, so it's always wet.
Yeah.
It takes a lot longer to stop when you're fucking going 80 in wet pavement than it is dry pavement.
Because you don't have a Camaro, Jesus.
Yeah.
Buy a Camaro with big Brembo brakes on it.
Okay, yeah. Now, speaking of that, man, today I was coming home, man, and like this has happened to me twice in the last week, where I'll be driving and I'll be going like 65 down the hill, and all of a sudden traffic just comes to a fucking dead stop. Like the car in front of me hits his brakes at the last minute and slows the fuck down to a stop, and I'm coming in behind him at 60, dude. And I have to like lock up my brakes to fucking not run into them. That's happened to me twice. Today it happened to me again, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Why did you engage your brakes literally at like 2 seconds before you had to stop? And like literally I have me fucking going down the hill sliding everywhere.
Because he was probably involved in a cell phone.
I'm assuming that's what it was. Because next thing you know, I look over and I'm like, what the fuck? And I hit my brakes and it locks up my brakes and fucking... it got tires squealing going on. Everybody's looking at me like, you fucking idiot, you're driving too fast. Like,
See, you need a Camaro, Jesus. I'm telling you.
Whatever, man.
It's safety. You be safe, Jesus.
I would not be. I would fucking dead in a Camaro. I'd fucking crash that thing probably so fast.
My Camaro has huge. It's got 15-inch brake rotors on it with 6-piston calipers. The calipers are ginormous on this thing, and they're like slotted brakes, so like the rotors are slotted so they don't heat up and warp.
Yeah.
So like you can brake a little longer and stuff, and
burn out.
You need like a Mercedes. Mercedes is good for having big brakes.
Burn out a little longer. Yeah, Mercedes is also good for being expensive. I had one a while back.
Right.
And the fucking tires alone were expensive as shit. Not alone the brake job was like, oh yeah, this brake job is only gonna run you like $1,600, $1,500. I was like, what the fuck? What kind of brakes are you putting on that motherfucker? Fucking ceramic, fucking top of the
probably
line
Brembo
shit.
brakes, probably like what my Camaro has.
Nice ass shit. Oh, we need the brakes. I don't need brakes. I'll stop with the power of God on my side.
Or from the car in front of you.
All I need is the Lord's will, and I'll stop. Oh yeah, Lord of Lord. Anyways,
the last thing the one game I did play a little bit of the Ascent. Jesus, I don't know if you played any of this shit or not. The Game Pass game, it has that really fun. It does have that cyberpunk feel to it, and the environment really kind of sucks you in right away. Way more than in Cyberpunk, 2077 or whatever. And it's a different kind of game. It almost has that same kind of feeling as Cloudpunk. Like you feel like that city's alive. Way better graphics than Cloudpunk. Cloudpunk has that voxel art style, but the Ascent, modern looking graphics, ray tracing. Supposedly it's supposed to have DLSS on the Steam version, and the Xbox version doesn't. I don't know. We kind of played around with it. PC Gamer had an article saying, that the ray tracing isn't on the Game Pass version on the Windows, and I jumped on my Game Pass version of it, and I double checked this, and it was on my version. So I'm not sure what PC Gamer was talking about. Then they did mention that they ran the game on AMD. So, which AMD doesn't really support ray tracing. They have their own version. So, I don't know. I didn't really understand their article, but they were posting an article saying, oh, look, you can't get ray tracing on the Xbox version, but you can on the Steam version. But I don't know. Like I said, I played it on mine with my NVIDIA version, and it had ray tracing on there, and everything maxed out on the game. It ran. I wasn't only playing at 1080p. I was playing on my 280 hertz monitor, but with the game set to ultra and ray tracing and all that on, I was still getting over 100 frames. I think I was getting 120 frames. The game ran well. Very neat art style. Lots of color. Very bright. Really nice atmosphere for that cyberpunk kind of feel, and just that craziness and crazy outfits and kind of thing. And there's robots everywhere, and the game has that top down Diablo look. You're looking down, that isometric top down, and it's that fixed camera, but you can kind of see it. It's a neat environment, and it just some people are complaining Jesus about the controls of the game, like, oh, these controls are kind of complicated and it's kind of hard to aim and shoot. But it's one of those. It's basically a twin stick shooter. So if you're not used to twin stick shooters, then yeah, you're gonna find that weird, because one analog stick with the controller's movement and the other one is aiming. So like you can aim and technically like walk backwards and you're facing the opposite way that you're walking, and because you're still facing the way you're aiming, and you can fire pretty much in a 360 direction, so you can fire anywhere. You're not real precise, but you don't really need to be precise in the game from what I've played and done so far. You just kind of fire in that general direction, you're pretty good. But I'm really enjoying it. Like, the game really looks good. The story is kind of weird at first. It just kind of throws you in. They're like, oh, you meet this guy and you have to go like turn these things off, and you kind of circle back around, and it does kind of like have multiple pathways that kind of branches off. So you come up and you got like 3 different ways you can go. And the good thing is that the computer actually, or the game will actually, you can hit a button, it'll tell you which way you need to go. So it'll follow your quest that you're tracking. So it'll tell you which way you need to go, so you don't have to worry about getting confused on what direction you're headed and all that. So I know Gunny and I talked about it. Gunny's up to like level 15. And I guess there's like right where he's at, Jesus, there's like a game breaking point where you kill this one spider lady and you're supposed to go talk to somebody, and the game doesn't open a door or something that needs to be opened, and basically your game is trashed. Like, you can't, like, if it doesn't open, you can't just go back to an old save point, because the game automatically overrides all of its saves, and you are just basically stuck. And I know that happened to Leahy.
Wait, it overrides your manual saves?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it has manual saves.
Oh, that's even stupid. Why do games not have manual saves, man?
Yeah, so they were saying they could not load any of their old saves. Like, the only save they had is what that point was at, and the game was broken, so like they were just stuck. And Leahy is like, I had like so many hours in this game, and now I can't progress any further. And he said there's a Reddit page on it saying, he's not the only one that had this bug. And so Gunny actually stopped playing right there. He's like, guys, don't. You know how Gunny is. He can be a little paranoid. He don't want to risk it. So he's like, I'm going to quit playing this game right here at this point, and I'm not going to progress anymore until I hear about some kind of patch or upgrade or fix to this, and then go on from there. Then I'll finish playing it, because he didn't want to lose it either. But me, I wouldn't care. I would just try it. What about you, Jesus?
I'm going in full throttle, brother.
I would. I'm going. It's either going to work or it's not. And if it works, I'm going to laugh at Leahy.
Yeah.
And be like, haha, Leahy, my shit works.
You fucking hobo. Fix your computer. Or if it doesn't work, I'm just going to turn off the game and never play it again.
Right. And that's the
one of the
choice.
two. Yeah.
Right. That's where I would have been at. I think that's what Leahy did. He really liked the game too, and everybody seems to like the game.
You know what? I'm glad I haven't started it, because maybe by the time I do start this,
it'll be fixed.
It'll be fixed.
I'm sure it's getting enough probably bad press right now. If it's all over Reddit and stuff.
Oh, it is.
That they're probably already working on it, and so I'm sure they're well aware. But it's a really good game. So if you have a Game Pass and stuff, I would definitely check it out. You want to at least, to see the visuals and see the cyberpunk atmosphere that it gives you, because it does do a really good job. And and you can upgrade your character, and they give you different weapons and all that. You get, like, early on, you have like a pistol, and then you can upgrade. You get like an Uzi, and then you can start putting add-ons on that stuff, and you level up your character, and you can change your strength. And
it's an RPG, right?
What's that?
It's an RPG, right?
I don't know if I'd really call it like an RPG, because I mean it's think of Diablo, like playing through Diablo. Like, do you really want to call Diablo an RPG? It kind of is, but it's not really role playing. I mean, yeah, you're gonna build your character, and people can build your character differently. So you have that choice there, but I mean, it's just a top-down action shooter. It's a dual stick, twin stick shooter that you can upgrade your character, and you have a little bit of a plot as you're going through. You can maybe choose different, quests or something like that. But I think of RPGs. I think of old school like Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Something like Zelda or those kind of games. I know there are arcade style type games too, but they have a big, long, in-depth story. Where this, I don't think is so in-depth and stuff like that. So I would consider this more of an action game. But yeah, so far, like I said, the little bit I played, I've enjoyed it. I'm gonna keep playing it. I get that level 15. I'm not gonna be like Gunny. I'm just gonna keep on going, Jesus.
Okay.
I don't know if this is a Jesus game or not, but it's definitely a game people should check out. And it's something new to play right now because everything right now seems either the same old, or I just don't have any interest in wanting to play it right now. So this is kind of something new and fresh, that top-down view, and it's different enough to make me want to kind of come back and play this more. So, but that's it. That's pretty much most of my gaming week is a little bit of traveling, some arcade stuff, and going back kind of old school, seeing that stuff at level 1 and playing some old school Frogger on a top-down table, showing the kids how to do that kind of stuff. But I think they had more fun there than they did at Scene 75, where I spent $100, in all honesty. They got hooked on Marvel vs. Capcom, and when we even got back from there, they actually downloaded it on the Xbox. We're playing each other on the Xbox. So they've been playing it the last couple of days.
Nice.
It was like the third one or something that's on the Xbox, the Infinity or...
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't like it as well. They like the one in the arcade better. And it had all these characters I didn't even know on the arcade one. And I was like, who are these people? But it was pretty cool. Good time.
All right, well, let me reiterate what Gunny told me to tell the people. Okay, he told me he played Microsoft Sleep Simulator. Now, that was according to him. He said that the Microsoft Flight Simulator put him to sleep. He said it's nothing to do with the graphics. He said the graphics are great. It's just not for him. But that's the thing, right? Like, Microsoft Flight Simulator isn't a game. It's a simulator, right, dude. You are
right. That's why it says simulator in the title.
Yeah, you're simulating flying, Gunny. Okay, you're not like playing a game, bro. You're really just simulating how to fly a plane. So there's that. What else did he say? He really likes the Ascent. Besides the game,
we talked about where he stopped on the game breaking bug.
Yeah, so there's that, and that's pretty much it. So anyways, that's Gunny's reviews of games. Let's move on to some more stuff here. Some news, because it's news time.
As Gunny would say.
Yeah. Let's talk about some news here. Bungie and Ubisoft are now taking cheat makers to court. They filed a joint lawsuit over cheats for Destiny 2 and Rainbow Six Siege. Ring 1 sells cheats via subscription, Mayo. For €25 a week, I'm sure that's like $1 American dollar because we're American. We got all the power. Yeah, America.
Hell yeah.
Probably not. It's probably closer to $25. But for €25 a week, a cheater can get a bundle of Rainbow Six Siege hacks, like a namebot, a configurable ESP tools to show the health and distance of other enemy players, options to alter the weapon spread and recoil, a hardware ID spoofer so they don't get banned, or if they've previously been banned, they can get around the ban, and a long knife to stab people on the other side of the map.
Oh, nice.
Wow. For only €30 a week, a cheater can get Destiny 2 hacks, including a PvP aimbot. You get,
this is what.
Yeah, this is what
this is how good he is.
For the Brink subscription, you get a PvP aimbot, the infinite ammo, ESP, and a HWID spoofer. Similar packages are available for Rust, Apex Legends, Call of Duty, Escape from Tarkov, Hunt Showdown, Dead by Daylight, PUBG, and more games. Probably Call of Duty Warzone and shit. On July 23rd, Bungie and Ubisoft filed a lawsuit against Ring 1 in the California State District. They named several individuals believed to be behind Ring 1 with the usernames like Crypto, Overpowered, and Berserker. According to this suit, the product Ring 1 sells, quote, impair and destroy not only the game experience, but also plaintiffs' overall businesses and their reputation among their respective player communities. The suit also accuses Ring 1 of trademark infringement. The purchase page for the Destiny 2 cheats and Rainbow Six Siege cheats include key art from both games, along with links to share the customer purchases of the cheat with others on social media websites such as Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. The idea anyone would be so proud of buying cheats they want to share with the internet seems baffling, and the thought of announcing that you just bought some Rust hacks to your professional network on LinkedIn is even more absurd, but that's available for you if you like. This suit does not put a dollar amount on the damages it's demanding, saying that defendants' conduct has resulted in damages to plaintiffs in the amount to be proven at trial. It's going to be fucking millions. By plaintiffs' intimation, such damages may amount to millions of dollars, of course. So yeah, this is not the first time two video game companies have teamed up to take on cheaters in court. Bungie before has collaborated with Riot to take on Gator cheats earlier this year. So there's that. But yeah, man, that's kind of crazy. That's pretty cheap. I mean, $25 a week. 20 what's? God damn, I gotta do the euros. Euros to US dollar. 25 euros, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's $29.69. For 30 euros, that would be $35.63. So for the Brink package, you're paying almost $36 a week. That's $120 a month. Oh wait, is it? 30, 60, 90, yeah. A little over $120 a month. 130, almost, so a little, like 140 something a month, right? Like 143 or whatever the fuck a month. And you're paying that every month to them to be a cheater. How is that?
It's about $1,700, real quick math, a year.
I mean, how is that fun, in my opinion? Like, if I could just kill you from across the map without even trying, like, what's the point of that? Like, if I could see...
I think it could only be funny for a couple of minutes. Like, if I jump in a game with you, Jesus, and I killed you once or twice across the map, and I'd be like, ha ha ha, Jesus, I got you, you asshole.
Yeah, but what would you want to play like that for the rest of the matches against people?
Right, like, if you were actually playing with people you didn't know, and then you're like, okay, this is way too easy. There's no challenge here whatsoever. Oh, look, I can go in and instantly kill everybody. Oh, look, I win.
Yeah, oh, look, I can see where everyone's at on the map at any given time and what their health is. Well,
yeah, that's crazy.
Well, I could be in Destiny without ever reloading the gun, just constantly shooting, because I never have to reload, because I never run out of ammo. I have unlimited ammo. I just use the super gun all day.
Yeah, like I said, the only way I could see anything like it would be fun, like if we were just kind of playing around in a private match, the couple of us, like me, you, and Gunny, and some guys from the community, and it happened like one or two times, but that would be completely different than like saying jumping onto somebody, and this person using it over and over and over and continuously, and climbing the leaderboards, and their account gets banned, and the next they get back, they get it fixed or whatever, and stuff like that.
Well, they use like some kind of spoof thing that apparently this company's selling them, this spoof fucking software or whatever that lets their ID, even if it was banned, come back in with that same account. That's crazy. It's crazy. You know who's been really rampant about the cheaters recently, Mayo, is Warzone.
Mm-hmm.
And the fucked up part is that Blizzard hasn't responded to it, or like Activision hasn't really responded to it. People are saying like, "Yo, what the fuck? What's up with these cheaters?" Like you have
they have their hands
blatant
full there anyways right now, though.
you have blatant fucking cheaters like doing crazy like hacks and shit that could kill people from across the map, dude. Like a throwing knife across the map or a fucking axe across the map. And in Warzone, their battle royale game, you know, where you get one life. You know, it's like fuck, man. Like that's terrible. But yeah. Moving on to some more news. Steam Deck and that's some big news here, bro. This is redirecting me. Okay. Steam Deck and VR are things Valve is in for the long haul.
That's right, Jesus.
Whoa.
You were saying, remember you were just saying, y'all, that, this thing's going to be like 2 years old. Our buddy Gabe over here at Steam, he's committed, Jesus.
Big Gabe.
He's like, we're going to make this thing work. Whether you want to let it work or not, Jesus, he's going to make it work.
I heard in the streets people call him Big G.
Lord Gabe, yeah.
Big G. You know. Yeah, that's what I heard. This was called in the streets of New Zealand. Like, oh, here comes Big G in the big car. He probably drives a Hummer because he's American.
You think he drives a Hummer? I bet you don't want to drive.
I would. If I was like, listen, man, if I'm rich as fuck and I'm in your country and I can't leave, I'm driving a Hummer. I'm importing the biggest Hummer I can from America and I'm driving that motherfucker down your streets. Okay? Big Hummer, big car. Listen, Mel, do they have trucks? Do Europeans use truck? They don't have trucks in Europe, do they?
Yeah. I don't know. It was kind of funny because I was talking to my ex-father-in-law the other day. I went and he seen the Camaro. Him and I went to have lunch. And he was talking about how, like, in Europe and stuff, you know, like, they don't have the big displacement motors. Like, my Camaro has, like, a 6.2-liter V8 in it. You know,
Yeah.
because they just don't have that as often over there, you know, so they're all about fuel economy because I think they said the price they pay by liter over there, and it's way more expensive. So you don't want them gas guzzling big V8 monsters over there.
That's why they don't have trucks over there, huh? That's why.
Yeah, that's probably why.
I'm looking at their trucks, Mayo. Their trucks look pretty hobo compared to our big trucks in America. Okay, it's like this Mercedes-Benz X-Class is a Mercedes-Benz pickup, which looks kind of like, okay, it looks like what a Mercedes-Benz pickup. But then you got this Morris JE, whatever the fuck, pickup, ugly 1960s looking fucking car is. You got this Fiat Fullback, which is a fucking ugly looking truck. It looks like it's trying to copy the Mercedes, but it's a hobo version. Then you got the 2018 Sutton Ford F-150 Raptor, which looks like a Ford, but it looks more European. It looks like more European somehow. I don't know. It looks European, motherfucker, okay? Apparently, people import trucks from the U.S. because they don't really sell them over there. They have to import them. Big America, big trucks.
You still think he's going to drive a Hummer, huh? I don't think he drives at all. I think somebody drives a Hummer for him, maybe.
I don't think he leaves his house, to be honest.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I don't think that guy leaves his house. Hey,
Well, he did get to New Zealand somehow.
You're right. But,
Vacation.
yeah, that was like a one-time thing, okay? He got stuck there. Stuck. So I feel bad for Gabe. He's been stuck. Oh. Must be so hard for a billionaire to be stuck in a country. It must be so hard. So hard to get your assistant to fly out there for you and help you. Oh, it must be so hard. Well, they said, quote, with VR, our expectation is a very long haul and that there have been fundamentally important technologies that are being developed. And if at any point you're narrowly defining the goalpost and saying, how's that doing against the latest CSGO update? You're always going to make bad decisions based on that. Yeah, whatever the fuck. It's pretty much just saying that they're dedicated to the Steam Deck, and I don't believe it. I still don't believe it.
Yeah, it says they may have had a history of innovating and then abandoning new hardware, but the company recently has been mega focused on VR gaming, launching on their own set the Valve Index, as well as the VR exclusive title for the gaming's most beloved franchise, Half-Life Alyx.
No.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But this don't give you any more confidence, Jesus?
No.
You don't think they're in it for the long run?
No.
Well, I think they can say they're in it for the long run, but don't the people that buy them have to be the ones? Like the demand has to kind of be there for people to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he has the say of saying this is in it for the long run. Like, yeah, they can be in it for it, but if it just doesn't sell, and then he can be in it all he wants, it's still gonna be die,
No, I agree. Let's move on to some more news here. Facebook has now paused the sale globally of the Oculus Quest 2 while they work to include a silicone cover to supplement the original foam face pad. Apparently, this original foam face cover caused skin irritation for select users, so Facebook has now launched a voluntary recall of the cover in the United States and Canada while they work to ensure that all new products globally will ship with this updated silicone cover. Facebook has received over 5,700 reports of skin irritation, where 45 cases actually required medical attention, from 4.2 million units shipped in the US and Canada. Facebook is also going to introduce a new 128 gigabyte model of the Oculus Quest 2, and that's going to replace the 64 gigabyte model at the same $300 US price. That's pretty neat. So it's a new model in between the. So it's replacing the 64 gig. They're going to 128 gigs.
How rough is that though? If you bought the 64 gig,
That's so sad,
you know 128 gig now is coming out for the same price.
Fucking bullshit. But I mean, that's the price we pay for early adopting. I mean, look at me, man. I bought a Rift, and now they don't even fucking sell them. It's like, oh, well, fuck it. I can still play games on it, I guess, but it's not sold anymore.
It still works with Steam, so because Steam, they're pushing VR. Jesus, they haven't given up.
Okay. I believe we talked about this last week, where some U.S. states are tightening their power consumption requirements for high-end PCs.
We kind of hit on this, and Cadillac's had a question about it, but this was just kind of,
Yeah, I mean,
we have a little more know what's going on now. So
Dell is really the only company that I see is really adopting the legislation or following it. So yeah, if you go to Dell's website and you buy the AMD Ryzen 5000 CPU series, so it's anything above the 5000 series of the CPUs, which is the Ryzen 5. Or any of the Intel Rocket Lake processors, or any of NVIDIA's RTX 3000 series graphics cards, or any of the AMD's RX 6000 series graphics cards. Those are all too high of a power consumption to be efficient or whatever, consumption or whatever. I just... See, what my gripe about this whole situation is, man, okay, they're saying, okay, we need to do this because gamers are using too much power, right? Gamers leave their PC on all day, which I've done. I've done it plenty of times. I leave it fucking running crypto mining and shit all
and
day.
You're one of the guilty ones over there, Jesus, because your state's one of them, right?
Yeah,
so You're over there in the midst of all this stuff, burning your PC all day long, crypto mining, making an extra 50 cents by letting it run all day.
But
using all that power.
You know who also lets their PCs run all day? Every corporate fucking building ever.
Mm-hmm. They're not powerful like these, Jesus.
Every bank. Every office building in fucking Portland.
Do you think they have Ryzen 7s in their PCs at the bank?
Listen, every fucking goddamn... There's office buildings in Portland that have 100 offices or more. And every one of those fucking pieces of shits has a fucking PC in it. Every single office, 100. Say you have in a building, how many rooms could you have in a building? Say a 10-story building, man. How many offices? 100? 200?
Yeah, it just depends. Yeah.
Say 300 offices in that building. That's 300 computers running all the time. They never get shut off. They don't get shut off. At my work, they have all their PCs. They leave them running all day, all night, all day, just constantly running. Servers are constantly running. Everything's running. Never gets shut off. They tell you to not shut them off. They tell you don't shut off the computers. That's what they tell you. They tell you don't shut. They specifically tell you to not shut them off. So, what's up with that, man? Like, how many buildings are in California that you don't think of? Like any of their major tech company headquarters, Google, Apple, any of those, fucking Facebook, fucking whatever, Oculus, all these fucking tech companies that are in California, Silicon Valley. Think about how many of those motherfuckers have computers running all day, every day. All day, man. Just constantly fucking running. Constantly.
Well, see, they're going to tell you, well, that's for a work purpose. You're just using your computer for fun, Jesus.
Oh, whatever. You're full
We
of shit.
can't let you use our important energy that we're making and use that shit for fun, Jesus. You need to make sure that's in a work atmosphere or charging somebody's car. Like,
yeah, it's fucking.
We got to conserve that stuff. But to me, like, even too, like, this new hardware, as it becomes more powerful, that generates more heat. So what do? How do they bypass that? How do they fix things like that? They make them more efficient.
Yeah.
Is the thing. As each card gets newer, they're not necessarily like using more power, Jesus. They're using different technology and different dyes to actually lower the wattage, or sometimes even, you look at, like, you could tell Intel CPUs, and you look through the time, like, the wattage never really changes as they've gone from dual core all the way up to today's modern, i9 like I have, like this. If you look, like, the wattage is pretty much the same. They become to the point where they become so efficient is how they can get more power out of them and get better graphics and stuff like that. So to me, it's just kind of crazy. Like when they say they're going to target some of this hardware and they're not always drawing that much either. Okay, say it is more powerful and it would use more power. It'd be like saying like a car, like you had like a 500 horsepower car versus, a 200 horsepower car. If you're driving at the same situation both ways, you're probably not going to use a whole lot more gas in the 500 horsepower car versus the 200 horsepower car. Now, if you're making it perform really hard, obviously it's going to eat more gas. But I don't know if that's a good analogy or not. But you know what I mean? It's just kind of like our computers. They can be powerful and they are way better than like a standard office computer, but they're also incredibly efficient. I haven't had to go to a really big power supply. These power supplies we've been using for years. So, what's the difference? And all of a sudden we need to cut back on the power in certain states that you guys are using over there, because people aren't jumping up the as common. You would think, oh, we're not using 1,000-watt power supplies. Everybody's still sticking with the 650, 700-watt power supplies. Some people will have 800-watt power supplies, but it's just not, everybody has to go to this now to make the computer run. I don't know. I think it's kind of crazy. I blame you, Jesus. It's all that mining you're doing over in Oregon. What's the states so far that actually are hit the most, and I guess now, are California, Colorado, Hawaii, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington appear to be the states. And it says Dell is ready to adapt towards the new legislation, and it says their website will blah 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 blah. So Jesus, you just have to build your own from now on. It's a good thing you learned.
Yeah, I learned.
Kinda.
Yeah, well,
you're still learning.
I'm still learning. I mean, I think I could mostly build one myself now. I think I can.
Yeah, I think you could now.
I think honestly,
you might have one or two panicking phone calls.
Panicking phone, maybe the wiring, but other than that, I'll be fine.
Yeah. I think the hardest part's the case wiring, really.
Because everything else is easy. I've changed out the motherboard. I've changed out the graphics card. I've changed out the CPU, the RAM, the cooler. I've changed all that out. So
yeah. Yeah,
That's all the main parts, you know. The hardest part for me would be like the wiring. You said it would probably be the hardest part for me would be the wiring, figuring all that out. But nothing a few YouTube videos can handle. Yeah. That's how I fix everything, man. YouTube. So
hey, I do get an occasional. No, I can't. It's very rare anymore. But I do get a Jesus call every once in a while. I think I had one this week.
Oh, I did.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My PC. Okay, listen. It was like it's like 100 degrees outside or something. It was like 90 something. And I have my PC in this tiny room. It's not really a tiny room, but it's a smaller room of the house. And, you know, when you leave it mining, it's just constantly pushing out hot air. And I'll leave it in here with the door closed at times, and I forget that. And and the fucking shit's mining, and, you know, it's hot, and the heat, the sun hits it like the rooftop all day, and it's upstairs. Heat rises. It's fucking hot in here. I think something happened where the computer just fucked itself. Like, it's like, oh, fuck, it's too hot. It fucking blew up or something. And I came to turn it on, and the fucker wouldn't turn on. Like, it would turn on, but it would just take me to the BIOS constantly, just like BIOS. Like, so what the fuck's it doing? And it would just not boot. So, like, I've done this in the past before, where I used to stream and it overheated when I was streaming Sea of Thieves on my old...
I remember when you had that problem.
Ryzen 5600. Remember that? I would stream Sea of Thieves and I would run OBS and running Sea of Thieves and like that overheated the CPU or whatever. 'Cause I don't know if
it was during the summer too. I think it was really hot. I remember you talking about how hot it was, and
I was trying to stream it and running OBS and everything on the CPU, just overstressed it or whatever. And the Cosmos went nuts, and like the motherboard went nuts. So I had to reset the Cosmos battery or whatever. But that fixed it. So thankfully that fixed it. I mean, like I said, the scariest part right now of breaking any of this hardware is not being able to purchase anything, replace it right away.
Definitely.
That is literally the scariest part of it all. Like it is nearly impossible right now to find PC parts, dude.
Even when I went up and talked to Eric, you know, I said I want to put it, and we met Eric. He asked me, because I told him basically when I buy a new GPU, my son is going to get my 2080 Super, and that 1070, I'll just give to Eric, because you know he put that in and use that for a little upgrade, and that'll be decent for now. You know, nothing great, but now it'd be an upgrade over what he had. Yeah. And he asked me, he's like, "Well, why haven't you bought anything yet?" I'm like, "There's not really stuff around yet." And I said, "If you do find it, it's a just outrageous price." And you know, my Micro Center right now is still retailing these AMD cards, these 6900 XTs, for $2,500, and I'm not paying $2,500 for a graphics card. That's
not any graphic, like an AMD card, which is not gonna have all the features.
I don't know if I'd pay $2,500 for an NVIDIA card. That's a lot of money to drop.
I think at most I would go as $1,200. Most.
Yeah, I would say for me probably 15. Like I've thought about $1,500 cards before. Like, oh, I'll do that. You know, knowing it's going to last and be good down the road. Yeah. But $2,500. I mean, that's you know, I've seen people pay way less for cars. And this is just one computer part. Yeah. You know.
You're right. Yeah, people pay less for cars than that. So no, fuck all that.
And then you got, you know, there is that thing where people, if you have an older motherboard and you put in a new graphics card, it's gonna work, but it might not have the bandwidth in that old motherboard to like send and receive information that card is capable, and you can actually throttle that card. So I couldn't imagine paying $2,500 and put it in an old 2-year-old motherboard, and then have it throttle that $2,500 card to whatever just that motherboard could do, and you're not even getting the maximum performance. Like, you know, at that point, you know, you're gonna want to buy all new. You want the most up-to-date motherboard and all that kind of stuff. So then you're talking about buying even more stuff. So to me, it's just kind of crazy, you know, that much money for just the graphics card, when just the last generation, you know, graphics cards, $1,400 was crazy. You know, people are like, you spend like $1,300 for a card, that's crazy. And now you're talking $2,500, $2,600. That's nuts.
Moving on to some more news here, Mayo. An Activision Blizzard's torture apologist executive is now blocking employees on Twitter. That is right. Over the weekend, amidst all the turmoil and toxic publicity being generated by the investigation of the subsequent lawsuit from the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing over the company's abusive workplace condition, Activision Blizzard's Fran Townsend thought that it would be the perfect time to make a tweet about the problem with whistleblowing. That's right. So this lady is actually an executive member. I believe she's she's an executive over at Blizzard, man. Her name is Fran Townsend. She used to be the who the fuck did she work for at the White House? She used to work at the White House. I think it was for Trump. She used to work for Trump, and at the time when she worked for Trump, allegations came up that the United States was using torture techniques to interrogate prisoners of war, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And all she said was, well, I mean, we don't really discuss the type of... she called it enhanced interrogation techniques that we use to whatever the fuck. So pretty much she said, like, look, we don't talk about this. We don't want to talk about it. And so this weekend, actually, I went to her Twitter account. It's, at, I believe it's at Frantown or something like that. It's her Twitter or something like that. But anyways, I went to her Twitter. She tweeted a tweet talking about, she actually linked an article. And she pretty much was saying that, her handle is at Fran Townsend. Why there's a problem with whistleblowing. And she tagged 2 people in it. I don't know who they are. But these people, I don't know. I don't know if they work for Activision or not. Maybe it's her friends or something. But this lady pretty much tweeted that. So when people went on that Twitter and her tweet and said, like, hey, what the fuck? You're an executive for Blizzard. Like, right now your company is dealing with whistleblowing.
Right. Probably not the best time to put that out there.
Why are you saying there's a problem with whistleblowing? You know what I mean? So, like, she, instead of responding to these people, she started blocking all these people. And she blocked a lot of people, man. She blocked a lot of people on Twitter, so people were pissed off at her. And I started digging more through her Twitter account, going down there, and she's pretty much a conservative. Obviously she worked for Trump at the White House, so she's a conservative Republican lady. So it's funny because she talks about freedom of speech for the Hong Kong people, and she talks about how Iran, freedom of speech for the Iranian people when they're protesting, but then she'll turn around and talk about suppressing other people for doing dumb shit or whatever in the United States. And she talks about this, like not, in my opinion, not being open to whistleblowing it's a form of suppression, you know what I mean? Like, you're saying that it's not right to do that. And as far as, her being an executive at, Activision or whatever, she's the CCO. What the fuck is a CCO? Is it the Chief Compliance Officer? I believe that's what it is.
I'm not sure.
I think it's the Chief Compliance or Chief Commercial Officer. So yeah, she's one of the executives over at Activision. For her to be saying this at this time, it's like I think she did it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be just the weirdest time to put that out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, if I was the CEO of Activision, if I was that fucking asshole that's making $156 million, I would be like, what the fuck did you just do, dude? Like, you're making us look bad, you dumb motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? Why would you do this right now, you fucking dumbass? That's what, I would be pissed off. I would be like, how the fuck do I fire this lady right now? Can we vote her out? What do we do here?
Right.
But yeah, she's and yeah, pretty much all she did was block people and just keep blocking him. And all she tweeted about after that was Iran. She keeps talking about Iran and Joe Biden or whatever, pulling out of Afghanistan. Yeah, so she's a weird lady, but yeah, she was not the right time to tweet about why whistleblowing is a bad thing or whatever. You know, not the greatest tweet to put out there, lady.
Right, like what's the thought process going on there? You know, it's like how does somebody that has a high paying job like that?
Maybe she was drunk and didn't give a fuck or something. You know, like
you know,
because it was over the weekend. Like it was like on a Friday night, so maybe she was just wasted. She's like, yeah, fuck these fucking whistleblower bitches.
Yeah, maybe. 'Cause, yeah, I wouldn't think you would climb up to a spot like that in a company like that. And then just be able to so easily just to put out a tweet like that and just wreck everything, you know? You wouldn't think they would let that you have that much trust in a company if you were so reckless with your tweets.
Because you know, exactly, Mel. Because you know these companies, when they hire executives, they look at everything, motherfucker. They look at everything you ever posted on social media. They probably look at all your credit history. They probably look at everything, dude. This motherfucker needs to be flawless before you hire them, you know what I mean? They don't just hire
and then you
anyone.
get in there and you start working for Blizzard, and then you post something like this during the most inconvenient time.
Yeah, fuck whistleblowers, guys. How about that, huh? Speaking of whistleblowing, this has nothing to do with whistleblowing, but there was a man shocked through his video game controller, Mayo, after a lightning strike.
Is this the next gen PlayStation controller?
This is probably a next gen controller. A man from Robertson County, Tennessee, was playing video games on Saturday night, Mayo, during a storm, when a nearby lightning strike resulted in him being shocked straight up the wire of his controller.
His first mistake was using a corded controller.
Yeah,
right?
What the fuck, dude? It's 2021. What are you doing, guy?
I guess he's in Kentucky, you know?
Yeah, no, he's in Tennessee.
You know, we can make fun of Ohio. We'll start making fun of
he's in
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Fuck it. Goddamn. Okay. Fuck Captain. Right. It's probably Captain Hook. Josh Rice, a.k.a. Captain Hook. Just kidding. The assistant director of Robertson County Emergency Medical Services told news that a medic had responded around 9:15 p.m. on Saturday to a call from a man struck by lightning in Greenbrier. When the crews arrived, they said that they determined the man's house was either hit or the lightning struck nearby, and then he suffered a shock to a video game controller. He was able to make the phone call, and when the ambulance crews arrived, they found that he did not appear injured at all. But they wanted to make sure he was checked out and make sure he was not injured, and needed to be transported to a medical hospital. So yeah,
how much of a shock that was. In all honesty, I wonder
if it probably was enough to scare him for him to call 911 or whatever. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've been shocked, painfully, admittedly so, shocked pretty hard before by doing something stupid.
Like, what did you do? Were you playing with the wired controller?
No, it was way dumber than that. So, without thinking, it was in an evening, right? I can't remember what was happening, but in my stove in my kitchen, you know, there's like a little light bulb in your stove. You can turn on the light. So I went to replace that light bulb, and not thinking, I went to turn it out, and the light bulb just twisted out. And you know, like that little metal ring that screws into the outlet. It stayed in the stove, and just the light bulb part itself came out. So that bottom metal ring of the light bulb stayed in the stove.
I've had this happen to me. This exact same situation happened to me in the past.
And so, me just not thinking, I jump up and grab the pair of needle nose pliers to try to pry out that metal part in where the light bulb is connected. But guess what? You know, that thing is pretty live and pretty potent. Like, as soon as I touched the needle nose pliers to it, it shocked me so hard, and it sparked so bad, it put a weld mark on my pliers. Like, it was pretty legit shock. Like,
your pliers were like all metal. They weren't like the rubber handles or whatever.
It had rubber handles on it, but like I don't think it really mattered. I mean, they were cheap pliers. You know, they were like some knockoff pliers, nothing fancy.
Harbor Freight tools.
Yeah, it was something like that. But I just poked in there just to like try to pull that out without turning the power off to the actual stove. And I've been thinking about like it had the full current going through that stupid little light bulb socket. Yeah, that was quite the shock. Like it sparked and it kind of scared me for a second. I won't lie.
I've had the same exact thing happen to me while changing out the light bulbs in my ceiling fan in my room. And but I was smart enough to come over to the breaker box and shut it off.
That's probably a good idea.
Before I take that stupid little metal piece off.
But yeah, and I've done that before where I've shut stuff off. But just that one time, for some reason, I had that little lapse thinking, oh, I'm just going to go grab a pair of those pliers and just kind of pry this thing out of it, grab it, and then kind of twist and work it out of there. Yeah, until I stuck it against the side of the thing and it just like sparked and tried to weld my pliers to the actual stove. And
I don't think I've ever really been shot hard, like really bad.
That was probably the hard. My hand was numb for a minute. Like my arm was numb for probably a couple minutes.
I know a while back I got shot. I don't remember what, but I do recall being shot by something where like I felt the jolt, and your whole body kind of like jumps up, like your whole body. Yes. It runs through like your whole body, and you feel it just like zzz, like it like runs through your heart and everything. Like holy fuck, like that took a year off of my life or something.
That's what this would definitely felt like. It kind of scared me and shocked me and everything all in one shot. Like I was like, holy shit, I'm glad I didn't die. Like I envisioned like the cartoon, like seeing all my bones.
Oh wow.
Oh man.
But yeah,
I learned my lesson pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't get shot, people. Be smart. Anyways, in other news, Mayo. Grand Theft Auto 5 has shipped over 150 million units. Red Dead Redemption 2 is now sitting at over 38 million units worldwide. That's over the last financial earnings call that Take-Two had.
That's like more? Like they shipped out 150 million more?
No, in total. Overall.
Oh, in total.
Think,
so like, I mean, Grand Theft Auto has been around for so long. It's like, what, isn't it like right behind Minecraft, maybe? It's like one of the top selling games.
Yeah, I think it's like number 2 in the world.
I know Minecraft's like number 1.
Yeah, Minecraft is like 100 and something. I know Tetris used to be number 1 for like the longest time.
Yeah, Tetris was another one.
But now Tetris is number 3. Grand Theft Auto is number 2. I think GTA 5 might pass Minecraft, dude. Because Minecraft is at 200 million. GTA 5 is 50 million off.
Yeah. Well, it's coming out in the next PS5. And
yeah.
So.
You're right. It is coming out in the next. So it might just pass it, dude.
Maybe if they continue to update it, and just keep not make a new one, just kind of die off those rumors. They're like, oh, yeah, we're just going to keep working on this one.
Yeah, you're right.
Which could happen.
Yeah.
That could very much happen, because it's not like as, the online community is what's pushing that game. Everybody plays it to play online.
Yeah.
So it could be like a Fortnite. They can change it online and just keep updating the game through that. So.
Wow.
We could just update the graphics. We'll just turn this switch on, Jesus, and have better graphics all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But it's still GTA 5. Or we could update this, or we could put a new mode in there and just call it GTA 5 with this mode. So they could keep it going.
Some more news here. So GTA 5 sold 150 million. The Ascent. I know we talked about this earlier. The one thing that the Ascent on Windows, I don't know if you're playing the Game Pass version or the Steam version now.
Yeah, I mentioned this for a second. You kind of stepped away for a second there when I was talking about it. That the ray tracing does not supposedly work.
It doesn't work.
So I don't know, because for me on the Game Pass version on my PC, it shows it, and so I don't know if it's actually working. You can turn it on, but you have to enable DirectX 12 to do it. Because there's a DirectX 11 option and a DirectX 12 option. So if you turn on DirectX 12, and then you can go down and you can toggle, ray tracing on and off. It doesn't have any DLSS, but it does have a ray tracing option. And I found it kind of funny because I posted that one of the articles on our Discord from PC Gamer, and actually after I posted, I kind of started flipping through there, and I openly made the joke to the guys in the community there about why she's probably using an AMD graphics card, and he is. Like later on, if you go down the article, it says that he was using an AMD card, which does not support ray tracing. That's an NVIDIA thing. They have their own ray tracing. So I thought that was kind of odd.
That's kind of stupid. Why would you even bring that up then?
Yeah. So yeah, they posted it right in the article saying that he was playing on like a 6700 XT AMD card or something like that, and I'm like, then why is he even bringing it up? Because it's not gonna, But then I seen Kotaku had an article on it too, but I just to try it out myself. I turned ray tracing on, Jesus, everything on ultra setting on my 1080p monitor, the 280 hertz one, and I was getting 120 frames with ray tracing on. So maybe it just you can turn it on and off and it's not actually working. Because ray tracing if you're not really watching for it, it can be kind of hard to notice sometimes. Without it on and off. Seeing a comparison. So maybe it's just not working correctly, or it's only working in spots. I don't know. I didn't go that.
As this article says that it's not working correctly, and that the team over at I forget what the team is called. Whatever the developer, Neon Giant.
Yeah, they said something like that Microsoft kind of stopped them or something.
They're saying that they're going to work on it, and they're trying to get that fixed as quickly as possible. And they're trying to also figure out why the loading takes twice as long on Game Pass than it does on Steam. They're trying to fix that as well, and they're trying to fix the broken mission glitch thing.
And it's always weird, Jesus. I don't really notice this so much, Jesus, but I do hear this at time that games run better on Steam than they do on Game Pass or the Windows Store.
I think it's just because Windows is constantly trying to connect you to Xbox Live. I think that's what it is.
But even before Xbox Live, back when the Windows Store first came out, there were different versions of games, and everybody said, don't buy it on Windows, buy it on Steam. It runs way better. And I've never, to me, I don't know. I'm not a programmer.
I've bought in games on both Windows and Steam, and I've actually ended up buying the same game on Steam because on Steam it has the more updates and the newer version. Yeah. For some reason, Windows always gets the older versions. It always gets just worse versions of the game. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, it's just really weird because you think, Microsoft, we're going to have... But, you do hear about the Steam version for some reason working better. And I've heard that about different games before. Like, not necessarily comparing it to a Windows game, like comparing it to, like, the Epic version. They'll say, like, it runs better on Steam than it does on Epic. And to me, not being a developer or a programmer, I don't know how that could be, because you would think they both run on the same architecture and the same, kind of installation files and the way everything would work. I just don't understand why it would run better in one one digital front than another, because they're both installing on your PC the same way, I would think. But maybe that'd be something to dig into sometime. But
yeah,
I do hear it quite a bit.
Some more news here. I got some more news for you fellers out there. You know what I'm saying? I got some more video game news here. So, Oculus Quest 2 was discontinued or whatever. You cannot buy one right now. What else did I have here?
Oh! You get that new 128 gig version coming out this month.
Yeah. So I'm assuming they're probably going to have that problem fixed with the silicone covering or whatever. They're probably going to have some stupid little fucking thing you slip over the top or something. Speak about Tencent, Mayo. This is straight out of Shanghai, China. Tencent Holdings Limited shares were on track to fall by their most in an entire decade today. Right now, Mayo, like 3 hours ago.
Okay.
After the Chinese state media outlet branded all online video games as, quote, spiritual opium. So, China's biggest social media and video game firm, Tencent, saw their stock tumble more than 10% this morning at opening, which wiped almost $60 billion from their total value. Holy fuck. Can you imagine that?
And that's only 10%.
10%. $60 billion gone in like seconds. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. That's so much money for just 10%. Most companies wish they were worth $60 billion. From its market capitalization. The shares of their rival company, NetEase Inc., slumped as much as 15.7%, while those of game developer XD Inc. and mobile gaming company GMGE Technology Group Limited also plunged. The state-run Economic Information Daily, in an article on Tuesday, said many teenagers were addicted to online video games and called for more curbs on the industry of gaming. The outlet is affiliated with China's biggest state-run news agency, which is called Xinhua? Xinhua. I don't know how to pronounce that. The newspaper repeatedly cited Tencent's flagship game, quote, which is called Honor of Kings, which it said was the most popular online game among students who sometimes played for up to 8 hours a day, Mayo. Says, quote, no industry, no sport can be allowed to develop in a way that will destroy a generation, the newspaper said. Likening online video games to, quote, electronic drugs, Mayo. Oh my. Tencent did not respond to a request for comment. The government has vowed, Mayo, for the people to straighten the rules around online gaming and education to protect child well-being. Last month, it banned for-profit tutoring in core school subjects, a move that threatens to decimate China's $120 billion private tutoring sector. In online video games, authorities have now sought to limit hours that teenagers can play, and companies, including Tencent, have implemented anti-addiction systems that they say will cap young users' game time. The Economic Information Daily, which cited legal experts and professors, said current curbs were not able to keep up with the sector's development to prevent youth addiction, and that these should be more mandatory means to increase the social responsibility of video game companies. Tencent has already been under pressure alongside major tech companies by increased regulatory action in online platforms. Last month, it was barred from exclusive music copyright agreements, and then they were fined for unfair market practices. Wow. What do you think of China, man? China's... Okay. We all know this, right? China is a developing country. They're pretty much right now in their industrial revolution, right?
Right.
They're becoming so powerful, so big, so fast. They're growing. They're becoming a major name in the world's superpowers. You know, like, you think superpowers, you think what? What do you think? America? You think the U.S.? You think France? Russia? You probably think the U.K., right? You think Germany? You think India? You think like these big fucking countries, right, that are like super powerful. You think China. And China, from what I've heard for the last... Okay, since I started this podcast, back in 2014, all we've read in articles was about this Tencent company growing and buying things and growing and growing and growing. The one market that the U.S. video game industry will love to penetrate and just use up all their consumers is China. China has an abundance of people, dude. And people with money. There's a lot of people with money in China, rich people, man, that they're fucking loaded with money. And video games would love to take all that money from them. But China's been kind of fighting back, saying, no, like, we'll take money from your country. We'll take money from the U.S. But you guys won't take money from us. Fuck you. We're going to ban video games here. We're going to implement rules here, but we're going to let our company, Tencent, run around the fucking world buying all these fucking video game companies to fucking, whatever, buy all these fucking video game companies and make money off of you. That's fucking weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. In my opinion, like it's fucking like China's like letting their company, Tencent, run around the world, buy everything up, but you can't do it in China. What's up with that, man? You know?
Yeah. But even you think, China is so anti-video game in a way.
Yeah.
You get that feeling. But yet, or Tencent, who is big into the video game side
Yeah,
of things.
huge.
Like they're buying all these video game companies. And then, they're turning around and helping China do this, this...
They do all the facial scanning and shit.
All
it's
their,
run by
their
Tencent.
scanning and all that stuff. It's all done by Tencent. So it's crazy.
You know what's one thing that I agree with Trump on? That Trump, I think, was right on when he said it. I think Trump actually had a point when he said that he should ban TikTok. And he did. He tried to ban it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had a real point there, dude. I think he sees what we see. He sees that, like, there's this fucking company from China taking over all these companies. These motherfuckers do facial recognition. All the data that people put into TikTok, all the videos, all the dancing you do, all the, look at me.
It's all being sent back to China.
It's all being sent back to China. You know what they're using with all that data? They're making their facial recognition system even better. That's what they're doing. You don't think they're not scanning your kids' faces on TikTok? Or your face on TikTok? Or what you click on TikTok? Yes, TikTok is run by an American company that's owned by Tencent. It's pretty much a shell company. It's like they're like, okay, well, we cannot own TikTok in the US. Well, how about let's just build a building there, hire Mayo to work as a receptionist in the building, and we'll call that an office building, and that'll be the headquarters. And that's where TikTok is headquartered, in that building right there. Yeah, it's an American company, guys. No, it's not. TikTok is a straight up Chinese company, dude. And like, if you think about the company that's behind it is Tencent. Who's behind all the facial recognition in China? Tencent. Who's getting all this data from your kids? And you know what they're doing, dude? They're not getting it from just anybody. They're getting it from young people, young kids, teenagers. Mm-hmm. All this information they're getting.
And they just don't care. Like the kids these days, agree, so I can play my game.
Exactly. You're agreeing to how many, how much data are you sharing when you agree to those agreements? You know, they got billions, they got fucking thousands of lawyers hired just to write these fucking paperworks. You know, all this fucking legalese bullshit. You know, this fucking jargon about, whatever, you agree to this and that and this and that. This is happening, dude, and people don't realize it, man. When China invades us, and they start scanning our fucking faces, they're gonna know who's who, man. Right? Because of fucking TikTok, motherfucker, you. Goddamn TikTok. Alright? They're gonna know who's who. And that's how they're gonna take over, man. I'm telling you, man. That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. The next world war will not be against Russia. It's going to be against China. And it'll be China and their allies against the U.S. and their allies. And that's the next world war. And if people say, well, no, Jesus, no World War III will ever not, you're full of shit. World War III will happen.
It's going to be more advanced than ever. It's going to be a technology.
It's not going to be nukes and tanks and boots. It's gonna be tech, dude. You're right, man. It's gonna be fucking like drones and spying and fucking tech and hacking, and it's gonna be all that, dude. This is what it is. Some people say, man, it even started already. Some people like Trump was saying it was the China virus. You know, he was blaming China for the coronavirus. Mm-hmm. You know, some people would say it's already started, but we don't even know it yet. Like China's being hostile against the U.S. and the U.S. is just letting them do it for whatever reason.
Well, you think back not too long ago here when they had that supposed cyber attack on the gas company.
Yeah.
On the East Coast over here, and shut them down.
Yeah, and you know what China said about that? They said the U.S. needs to stop meddling in things they're not aware of, and they need to stop investigating and sticking their noses when they shouldn't.
Yeah,
they literally said that like last week, and they also last week said another statement saying, "Oh, also the U.S. needs to stop investigating where the coronavirus came from, like where the origin was." Because, for almost every virus in the world, I want to say for most of the major ones, the CDC and the World Health Organization and like other entities of health around the world, they all get together worldwide as a community, a science community, not as we're America, fuck you, you're Chinese. No, they get together as a world community to try to figure out, okay, where the fuck did this virus come from? What country? How did it happen there first? And how did we not see this coming in the first place? You know what I mean? Like, because the CDC, their job is to see, okay, we got this outbreak of flu in like this African little fucking town village over here. This is a new type of flu. Is it going to spread around the world? How fast can it spread? Their job is that. Their job is to contain shit, to make sure it doesn't spread, and to know where it comes from, and to know how far it would spread if it could become a pandemic or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
And China said pretty much like, no, the U.S. needs to stop investigating where the coronavirus came from. It's like, no, dude. From what the entire world knows, it came from your country because you were the first people to start quarantining people and building these fucking major fucking camps for COVID patients and shit. You remember that? When that whole city... With the when Wuhan went into lockdown, remember that? They were like talking about the whole city went into lockdown. They were arresting people and shit, beating people up and shit, telling them to go home. Yeah. We'll wonder why, motherfucker. Why the U.S. would be investigating your country as the country of origin for the fucking virus that affected not just China, not just the U.S., but the entire fucking planet, dude. Everyone in the world was affected by it. You know what I mean? And there's countries still dealing with it that are like fucking struggling, dude. And it's, to me, it's kind of insane that like China gets away with so much, and no one holds them accountable because they're just like no one. It's like everyone's like, I don't know what it is, man. You know what I mean? See, I don't think the U.S. is scared of them. I just think the U.S. just kind of deals with them because like they know that there's a lot of manufacturing coming from China. I think that's what it is. It has to be that. It has to be that. The bottom, it has to be something to do with money where, like, if the U.S. stops dealing with China, they're going to lose too much money. There's too much money being lost there that they cannot recover that or whatever, They're going to crush the economies or whatever of the world. That's what I think it has to do with. Because there's up with these fucking companies like Tencent and shit coming over here buying all these video game companies up and all these, like, what the fuck does Tencent have to do with the social media? What the fuck? All that information is being used somehow, man. And people are like, they're too fucking whatever. Like, I want to share my information with TikTok. Because you know what happens when you make a video of yourself dancing, Mayo, on TikTok? You know what they're scanning? Your face. But you know what else they're scanning? Your living room.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They see what's behind you. They see what's in your house. They see what you're into.
Right, you see what you own, what kind of things are in your background.
Mayo has that type of couch. Mayo has that type of TV. Mayo has that type of car. Oh, Mayo drives a Camaro. Oh, Mayo does this. Oh, he's into that. Oh, where was he when he did this video? He was at this location. Oh, well, now we know he goes there. They got all that information, man. And people are just like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're so worried about coronavirus. Worry about fucking TikTok, you fuck. Fucking dumbass. Worry about TikTok, not coronavirus vaccine. God damn it, you. Oh, it gets me so worked up. It gets me like it does, Mel. It gets me mad.
Oh, no, I get it.
Because it's like people don't realize how much other countries are getting away with against the U.S. And then, and like no one cares. No one fucking cares. Even Canada. They get away with so much shit against Canada, too. The Chinese, dude. The Chinese government does so much shit against Canada that Canada is like, fucked. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck do we do, Like, they just don't give a fuck. China, like, pretty much doesn't follow any rules and doesn't give a shit. And I'm sorry if you're Chinese and listening to this podcast. I'm sorry, man. Like, that sucks. That fucking sucks. Because, like, you know, as cultural and as cool as your country can be, they're just fucking nuts. That government is not a cool government, in my opinion. It's like the Cuban government, you know what I mean? Like, they're not feeding their people, man, in Cuba. You see that shit on the news? You probably don't hear about it. But the people are protesting because people are like, fuck this. We need to protest because we want fucking food and we want basic fucking human rights. Like food, water, access to fucking healthcare, access to fucking internet, access to telecoms. But the Cuban government is like, nah, you don't need that. Nah, fuck you. You don't need that. You know what I mean? And like, I feel bad for the Cuban people, man. The Cubans are fucked. And that's a socialist country, you know what I mean? And everyone wants to, like, the U.S. think about the U.S. Oh, the U.S. would be so much better if socialism, if they were social. No, it wouldn't. Because with socialism, the difference between socialism and communism, you know what it is, Mayo? Socialism, you can own property. That's the only fucking difference. And communism is all part of the fucking, the fucking people, you know? It's all together, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's the main difference. That's the main difference between socialism and communism. And socialism, I don't think it wouldn't work in this country. It was too much. It's been capitalist too long. It wouldn't fucking work. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And these other countries are doing it that way, and it's just annoying. It's just, I don't know, man. Anyways, that's enough video game news. That's all the video games I have. Pretty much. That's it. Fucking Game Pass. Fucking shit's all there. Ubisoft. You see that new Far Cry 6 trailer?
No, I have not.
There's a really cool one. I think, what's his name? Dude on Discord. The guy who made music for Ubisoft.
Oh, Eric?
Eric. He said that his song was used in that trailer. So it's a trailer. It shows like a little kid, Mayo. And it shows him like playing with like a toy, right? Like a toy model or something. Mm-hmm. And like it shows his dad, which is Carlito Esposito, which is the dude who plays Gus in Breaking Bad. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Right.
The bad guy from The Mandalorian. The black dude. He's black. He's Cuban. He's black. He's walking in the room or whatever. He's dressed like a dictator. Like he's dressed like El Presidente from Tropico or something. He's walking in there.
That's what I thought of when I saw it.
Yeah, and it shows like
the old one.
Yeah, and it shows people outside like protesting against like the military or whatever. Like the military is like holding them back with like riot shields. And it shows all these people like protesting. And like, he's like, son, you're gonna learn something new today. And like the kid puts down the toy car, looks at his dad, and he like grabs his hands, the kid's hands, and he puts a grenade in the hands. And the kid's like shaking, right? He's like, holy fuck, there's a grenade in my hand. And the dad's like, the Carlos is like, no, like, don't be afraid of the grenade. The grenade is just a tool. And he pulls out the pin. And he's like, but the grenade will never go off if you never let go of that handle. It's just never going to go off. So he makes the kid follow him all the way to the rooftop. And he makes him throw the grenade at the protesters. I was like, God damn, that's a fucking hardcore trailer, bro. Yeah, I'm in, motherfucker. Woo, we're killing protesters and with grenades? Fuck yeah, let's go. Woo. Yeah, it looks pretty hardcore. Like, it looks like a cool, I don't know. I think it's going to be a really cool game, especially with that dude being the bad guy. Because he plays such a good bad guy. He plays the bad guy that's not psycho or, like, fucking evil. He just plays the bad guy that's, like, calm as shit. And he's gonna fuck your shit up. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, the last Far Cry was really good. You know, like it was a really good game.
Yeah, Far Cry was it 5?
5. Yeah.
Well, that was the one with the crazy preacher in Montana, right?
Yep. Yeah, they had the family.
You went to go arrest him with the cop, and then you guys end up fucking with the family. Like, oh, that game was really good, dude. You're right. It was really good.
Yeah, you had the one sister, remember? Like, it was kind of like
I told her,
hallucinogen type person.
Take me with you, sister. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Give me high. Made me imagine shit. Hell yeah, dude. She was awesome. And you got the the dude with like the nukes or whatever. He had like all the nukes or something.
Yeah.
So they have
And you
the-
had the pets. You had that big bear cheeseburger, I think his name was. And then you had that tiger.
Then you can have like, didn't you have like a pet companion with you, like a dog or
Yeah,
a
you
wolf?
had that bear, or you had that. I had like a tiger, I think, for a little
You
while.
can have a tiger, a wolf, or a bear, right? The cheeseburger was the bear.
Yeah.
And there was the wolf that you started off with. And then the tiger you could also catch. Yeah, that game was dope, dude. Hopefully they bring those back. Hopefully they bring back companion animals. Those were fun to use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that game looks really incredible. Like Far Cry looks really fucking good. Yeah, it was funny because I saw that trailer. I just posted it like first thing this morning, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm in. And then like a few hours later, Eric woke. He must have woken up and saw that, and he posted. He's like, hey, that's my fucking music. I made that song or whatever. Apparently, the song they used in the trailer was the song that he had made for Ubisoft or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or one of the songs that he made for them. It was really cool though. It was like man, that trailer was fucking hardcore, dude. But yeah, it reminded me of like Tropico or something, like people protesting. The dude dressed all nice, like in a general's outfit or whatever. It's just like fuck the people, you know. Yeah, all the people protesting outside. You got the military out there just holding them back. Yeah, it was. It was funny.
Tropico is such an interesting game. Like until I go to play it, like it's kind of boring sometimes.
Yeah.
It's a different game, you know. You're basically a dictator. And
Dude, you really are. You really are. Just
you're doing whatever you want, pretty much.
You're pretty much just fucking controlling this country, and really, is the whole point of the game is like to keep your country afloat. But really, it's not. Really, it's to like put all this money in your Swiss bank account. So you can like leave the country or whatever at some point. You know what I mean? Like you can flee or whatever. When the revolution comes, you can flee. And then you have all this money in your Swiss bank account that you stole from the country. And you can go live anywhere. Yeah, it's like that's the whole point of Tropico. Because you have like your normal island currency. Then you also have like your Swiss bank account. And how much money you put into your Swiss bank account out of the fucking treasury or whatever. It's fucked up, but it is just the way it is. Besides that, there's no real other video game news, big news. I mean, that new movie comes out, Free Guy, comes out pretty soon, right?
Yeah, that looks really good with Ryan Reynolds, where he plays the NPC character.
I'm gonna go watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't watch a whole lot of movies anymore. You know, for a while there was like a big, you know, because of COVID and all that stuff, that to me, I just really wasn't interested in too many movies. And then like this year, our theaters here kind of opened back up, and the new, you know, Black Widow movie came out, which I was excited to see, and I saw that one. And then like this Free Guy is coming out. I definitely plan on going to see that.
Yeah.
So.
Did you see that the Black Widow? What's her name? The actress for that is suing.
Yeah,
she's suing Disney. Yeah, she's suing Disney. And but not just her.
Makes sense. Yeah, it's and there's some other people coming up now against
the chick from Cruella, Emma Stone, I believe. She was the one that played Cruella, and she's suing Disney as well for putting Cruella.
And basically, the people who don't know that basically they're saying because they put these movies on Disney Plus, the way their contracts are worked, they're basically their income kind of what they get paid for these movies depends on how it does in the box office.
Mm-hmm.
So. And that Disney Plus is taken away from box office sales. So it's taken away from money they should be getting. And Disney's making the money by putting it on Disney's Plus, you know. And so, like Scarlett Johansson, like one article was saying, you know, like she's like the perfect person because she's pretty popular and she has a lot of money. And like she's kind of going after Disney and she's got a good name, you know. Everybody knows who Scarlett Johansson is. And then Disney kind of countered saying something about Scarlett Johansson. I can't remember what they said. And they said that she like was blatantly ignoring like Corona stuff and all this stuff, you know. And then they just turned around and fired back at Disney saying, look, you know, she's always been good. She's worked with you guys for like the last however many years in all your movies. You're trying to attack her character when that's not even the case, you know. The problem is about her getting paid correctly and you guys violating her contract, you know, and Disney just kind of come back with, well, we're just going to attack her character. So that might get kind of interesting. It could have some implications because it is this new age. We're meeting new things like we haven't seen before.
Yeah,
With
you're
movies
right.
going straight to digital. I never would have thought that affects how like actors get paid. Where I watch it on my subscription like HBO Max, or if I watched it in theater.
Because you're
But
right.
evidently
Because Disney you're right. Because that's how they wrote it on the contract. So Disney's like, well, she's probably like, okay, we'll give me a cut of whatever you fucking sold on Disney Plus. And they're like, no, we're not gonna give you shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, and they're just saying you can have what you're gonna get in theater, but yeah, we're gonna release it, and I guess the one article I did see about from Scarlett Johansson was saying that she had been questioned multiple times, like, "Hey, this isn't going to Disney Plus, right?" And they said, "No, no, it's not going to Disney Plus." And then next thing you know, it was on
Yeah.
Disney Plus. So
Yeah. Yeah, she's a pretty big star. I mean, she was the highest paid actress in 2019. Yeah.
so it's kind of interesting, to see them kind of coming after Disney a little bit. You think
Um,
Disney's this big wholesome company, which
it's
it's still
not.
business.
It's
It's a
not.
business.
Yeah.
They're there to make money.
Yeah, see, Disney CEO is like the second highest paid CEO in the country or something.
Well, yeah, look how much money they charge to get into them places. It's ridiculous.
That dude makes a shitload of money, man. Yeah, he was like one of the highest paid CEOs of the country. Yeah. Yeah. So fuck that guy. Fuck him, and fuck Bobby Kotick. Why are these guys all named Bob? What the fuck? Why are they all no, not even kidding. Like the CEO
I
of
don't know.
Disney's called Bob Chapek. Was an Activision CEO called Bobby Kotick? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is Bobby Kotick. He looks like a douchebag. He looks like a fucking. Look, have you seen photos of this guy, Bobby
No.
Kotick?
I'm gonna
Look
Google
him
right now.
up. This guy looks like a douchebag. Look, he looks like an elf mixed with a crackhead.
How do you spell his last name? Oh, K-O-D or C-O-D-E-C?
Just type in Activision CEO. You'll see him. K-O-T.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
Doesn't he look like a cracked out elf?
yeah.
Like his eyes are
He
like,
kind of looks familiar for some reason, though.
those eyes are so beady and like round. What the fuck's wrong with his eyeballs? They're so like, just weird. Isn't it? Look fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yes, I'm judging Bobby Kotick's image. Fuck that guy. I don't care what he thinks. Anyways.
He probably doesn't care what you think either. He has a net worth of over $7 billion according to this article.
Yeah, he's rich as fuck. He doesn't care what I think. He could quit his job and be happy for the rest of his life. He doesn't have to do anything.
I tell you what, Jesus, if he doesn't like what you think about him, he can just pay you to be quiet, right?
Pretty much. You want to pay me, Bobby Kotick, to shut up? You can pay me to shut up. Yeah, go ahead.
Next week,
shut-
Jesus comes on. Bobby Kotick is the best, most handsome guy I've ever saw.
Wow, what a beautiful man. I've never seen somebody more beautiful than Bobby Kotick. Just look at those eyes. They're so gleaming. They're just shining.
I see nothing but the emerald color of money.
Speaking of Emerald, Red Dead Redemption 2 was the last game that I played this week, man, online. And they did add, remember how I told you that they needed to keep adding new missions to that opportunities to the Capitale missions or whatever?
Yeah.
So they have done that. And apparently, what I didn't notice last week, according to this week, was this week there's a new heist in there. And the new heist puts you where you have to... is it a wagon convoy? I don't know if it's a wagon. I don't know what it is. It's not a train. It's something. You pretty much got to break in somewhere and steal this emerald from this place and take it back to your hideout or whatever. It's kind of the same situation as before, as for the train, where there's different outcomes and different ways to be able to do it. And this is the Emerald of the East, where the last one was the Ember of the West. So Ember of the West, Emerald of the East, and there's going to be another stone, I think. Apparently, according to this thing, is There's going to be 3 different stones, 3 different diamonds or whatever that you have to steal. And if you do all 3, you get something at the end of it all. I don't know
you
what
get
it
all
is.
5, it makes the Infinity Gauntlet, and it's going to warp you into the GTA 5 world.
Maybe. But yeah, that's really it. It's like these infinity missions, these online opportunity missions. They're really cool. Yeah, I like them. They're fun, and they've also added like new capitality, like not opportunity missions, but like crime missions or whatever. They've added new ones as well. A lot of them are simple, like hijack a stagecoach. Some of them are like more complicated, like rob a fucking whatever place of horses, or just different. There's different shit you could do.
So how do you think Rockstar is paying attention to that? You know, they're just throwing out little updates here and there, it sounds like.
No.
But they know they have Grand Theft Auto 5 over there.
They don't
Do you
care.
think they're going, well, we could always kind of like, do you think they look at it as a potential possibility to make some money over there? To do the same thing with Red Dead that they did with GTA 5?
Well, there has to be.
That's what I would be doing. If I was sitting back looking at like GTA 5 and then look at Red Dead, how they're very similar type of game, when in different era, and I see the success of GTA 5 and things I could possibly kind of do similar in Red Dead, but make it a little different, like the era. You know, I'm surprised that they don't really just go, why don't we just go do the same thing to both? You know, you could make like in GTA you have like a mission where you're like robbing a bank or something like that, or you have a casino. Okay, you had casinos back in, right?
Yeah.
In the Western days, you had casinos back there, right? Why couldn't they put a casino in that game and do something like they did with GTA 5?
Yeah. What I think is a Mexico expansion. Just add Mexico as a new like map to it, which they had in Red Dead Redemption 1. They could just copy the same kind of map, make it a little bit more detailed, and you can add a whole new shit to that, like a casino, a fucking bars, whatever. You got towns or whatever. You know, you got whatever you want to it. It'll be fucking cool, I think.
And you could do like your train heists and stuff too. You know, you can still do. You know, you could get crazy with it, Jesus. I mean, you could do aliens like you did in GTA. Didn't they have that in GTA 5? You could put that in the same game.
Well, actually, there is
abductions, and
there is a reference to aliens in Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a hidden thing you can find in the campaign, in the story. There's a like I found it. It was like this fucking old building that was like fucking burned down. It was like all like fucking. It was old, right? Like abandoned building. And I walked in there, and all there was like all these skeletons sitting like on these pews. And there was like a church, and you walk up to the front, and there was like the skeleton of the pastor or the priest or whatever. But if you looked at his the journal he had there, you can read it, and it was something about like they're coming down from the skies or whatever. They're gonna our lords are gonna come and take us or whatever the fuck. And then as I was walking out of there, like a fucking little spaceship flew over the fucking thing, and it kind of beamed down a beam of light. But it was a spaceship. It was like a fucking actual like a little UFO looking thing. It flew over the barn, and it kind of like fucking like fucking like did a little fucking like beam of light down to there, and then it was like, what the fuck? And then it like flew off, and Arthur's like, what the hell was that? What in the hell?
See, they could
do that. They could do that.
Put a whole thing off that, you know.
Yeah.
So there's potential there.
I don't know why they're not doing it, but yeah.
I mean, to me, I think I'd have a more warm reception to Red Dead than I do GTA 5. I don't know if it's because it's a newer game or what, but like,
yeah.
I see myself being more willing to do something like that in Red Dead than I would in GTA 5.
Man, Red Dead is really good too. They put so much detail in that game, Mayo. I'm talking so much, dude. Like, it's insane. There's videos I watch to this day that people are like, yeah, you could do this in Red Dead. It's like, what? You could do that in Red Dead? It's like, what the fuck? You could do a lot of things in Red Dead in the campaign that, like, other games wish they could do. You know what I mean? Like, there's details in that game that other games wish they fucking had. Like, I bet Cyberpunk wish they had as much detail in their fucking game as they do in Red Dead. Like, I bet you they do look at that and they're like, fuck, that game is insane in detail. Like, just all the little things you could do, little things that happen. The campaign is insane, man. Like there's so many secret hidden little things in the campaign that are just fucking just nuts. But yeah, anyways. That's all I have.
See, that was it for news? Okay. Well, I was kind of going. I'll read Gunny's council corner over here for us, Jesus. So, he's got wrote down for August of 2021.
Oh.
The PlayStation Plus games, Jesus. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. We have some good old Plants vs. Zombies Battle for the Neighborville.
Okay.
I've seen that on the EA Pass before. I've never played it, but he also has Hunter's Arena Legends. Not sure what that one is. And then here's the must play. It's Tennis World Tour 2. Jesus. Got to make sure you snack up.
Yeah, I definitely want to play Tennis World Tour 2. Oh my.
I mean, I know you were a fan of the first one. I know you played it quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, jump on that second one, Tennis World Tour 2.
You see the cover of that game?
Nope.
There's like these two guys, and like they look so intense. Like they have like these facial expressions like super intense, but they're wearing like these pink shirts. These two guys, like two guys walking like one guy's looking to the left, one guy's looking to the right. It's like apparently they were like I'm assuming they were like competing against each other or something in a championship or something. But it shows them like with these intense like facial expressions, like but they're wearing like pink polos and shit.
Moving on to the Xbox game. These are a pretty good group of games here. They're offering Darksiders 3 and Lost Planet 3. And then he said on here the new, obviously the new Game Pass games right now are Microsoft Flight Simulator on console and The Ascent.
Wow.
Those are some pretty good games. Their Darksiders 3 is a good one. I know it's on Game Pass, but...
Yeah, speaking of free games, if you are a Amazon Prime member, you have Prime Twitch Gaming. Amazon is giving away 8 video games to all Prime members. I mean, I guess if you don't even have Twitch Prime, if you're a Prime member, you can get Battlefield 5 for free this month. Wasn't last month Battlefield 1?
I don't remember.
I think last month was Battlefield 1. This month is Battlefield 5. You can also get Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis for free. Another game called Metamorphosis. I don't know what that is. Another game called A Normal Lost Phone. Yeah. And then...
So for me, Jesus... Go ahead, I'll let you read that last one.
The next game is another Lost Phone, Laura Story. And then Planet Alpha is the last game. Oh, no, it's Secret Files of Tunguska? Yeah. And Lost Horizon 2. Which I don't know what the fuck those games are. But I know what Battlefield is, motherfucker.
That's right.
Get Battlefield for free, people.
Yeah.
Go.
I mean, I don't know, Jesus. To me, I don't mess with the Amazon game launcher. I know they have games on there, but it's just another launcher, and I'm like, I'm good.
Well, last time when you did the Battlefield 1, they actually give you an origin code.
Which is great.
Yeah, they just give you an origin code.
I mean, 'cause that's EA.
Yeah.
But, like, typically the games they have on there, I usually just kind of don't care. Like I get enough free games in other places.
A Lost Phone? What the fuck is a Lost Phone?
Is that the game? There was a phone game I remember seeing, and I don't know if this was it or not. But it was like a mobile game at one point in time. And it was like you find a lost phone, and it's basically like text-based, and you're like sending messages back and forth. You're like going through an old phone. So it's like your phone, but you're like
acting
lost? Like it's going. Yeah, it's some girl's phone, and you're going through it, and it operates like a phone, and you're looking at articles and stuff in there. You're looking at their search history, and you're trying to figure out what happened to this person. It's kind of a neat concept of a game because it's like a murder mystery kind of thing, or what happened to this kind of person, and it's basically like you're using a phone, but it's actually your phone. You know,
I'm
you're
looking
using.
up on iOS right now.
I can't remember what it's called, but I remember her. Yeah, I can't remember what the first one was. I want to say it was called Her something.
There's one called Sarah is Missing. That's a role-playing game.
I think that's the one maybe that I was thinking of is the one that
looks like it's free, and it actually has like FMV, like real photos of real people and shit.
Yeah, I think that's the one I knew about.
And videos and stuff. Wow.
And you're like trying to you're using your phone, but it's designed to look like a phone.
Yeah, it looks like an iPhone.
And you're like going through the messages, and it plays videos, and like people are like calling you and leaving voicemails, and you're like trying to listen to the voicemails and figure out what happened.
Man, I'm not trying to get voicemails when I'm at work and shit. Hey, motherfucker. Fuck you, Jesus. You stupid ass. This is the game.
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of.
No, there was a game that I played a long time ago, dude. That was that. It was that, but you signed up on a website. I don't know what, I can't even recall the name of the game right now. But, like, I went to this website, and this website said, like, this is a psychological game. And it's like, are you prepared to play this? And I was like, sure. And I was like, okay, enter your phone number. And I was like, what? And I enter your phone number, motherfucker. So I put in my phone number, and it's like, okay. And then all it said was, like, enjoy the game. And these motherfuckers would text me, like, random times of the day or whatever. Like, it would just text me. Like, random shit. Like hey, like, well, this happens. Like, it's just random shit, man. Like, what the fuck? And it was all based on the game. And they would even call you and, like, leave you voicemails on your phone. Like, it would be from, like,
this Jesus is what happened to your Alexa.
This unknown numbers. Unknown numbers were calling me and, like, leaving me voicemails, like, at 2 a.m. And it would be, like, creepy-ass voicemails. Like, some dude, like, some dude, like, fucking breathing in the fucking microphone, like, for, like, 30 seconds and then hanging up. Like, what the fuck? I think I ended up, like, blocking that game. That phone number.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
That'd just be annoying, though. At that point, you start getting calls, like, you're trying to sleep or whatever, and next thing you know, you
No, they legit, call. Yes, they would call you, like, at 2 a.m, Mayo. Like, the game would just randomly call you, like, at 1 a.m, 5 a.m, and it's the fucking 4 a.m. It was just random. It wouldn't tell you when. It would be like, I'll be back or something. And it would, like, fucking 7 hours later, fucking your phone's ringing. You're like, what the fuck is going on here? And it would be the game. And it was like, what the? Yeah, it was a weird game. I forget what it was called.
Over Jesus over in the Epic Store, they're giving away Mother Gunship and Train Sim World 2.
Wow. I know I got both of those games. I don't know if I'm ever going to play them.
Right. See, that's what I'm getting at. Like, these games anymore, it just gets to the point where your library is kind of big enough, and you're just like, okay, I guess I'll claim it because it's there, but you really ever going to play it?
No, never.
No.
Never.
But you can build your library, so.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it, Jesus. That's what we got in the free world right now. So, moving on. Community questions, Jesus. We only got a couple. Good old Brian Tulip Jr. He wants to know. He says, when listening to the show a few weeks ago, and Mayo heard Jesus tell his fan story, did he cry or just slap his head in disbelief? I definitely slapped my head in disbelief. I'm like, what is Jesus doing over there? Just unplugging shit while it's running. You know, he might as well just be like opening the side of the case and pouring some water in there to cool it down. You know, but you know, like he said, they're resilient. They do hold up pretty well. Like you say, I don't use static wristbands or anything like that. I know if you go to a computer store, they're like, oh, you need to use the static wristband and this and that. I don't use any of that stuff when I work on my computers ever. But I do make sure I turn them off. Yeah. I do unplug them and turn the power off. I do kind of understand. I know electricity does run through them. Maybe I learned my lesson from the stove. I don't know.
Yeah,
that thing shocked the shit out of me. So maybe I just know now to turn stuff off. I don't know. But yeah, I was kind of surprised. I was like, what are you doing over there? Unplugging stuff while it's running. and plugging it in. But
yeah, I mean, look, man, I had to get the RGB to work. It was not working, and
it was important. That RGB is important.
I figured I'm gonna just unplug this and plug it back in, and it should work. And then it just didn't. It's like, oh fuck,
It's kind of like turning it off, turning it back on, right?
yeah, something like that. Unplug it and plug it back in. Why not?
Yeah.
And it was unfortunately not working, and it sounded like it was burning. And something was burning. I don't know what was burning. Something was in there, and yeah, that happened. That happened, man.
Yeah. Well, you survived.
Computer's still good. We're good.
Yeah. I'll say it made you a better computer person. You learned some lessons.
You're fine. Yes.
You did some more things. It's still running. It's still alive. You changed your CPU cooler once or twice because your RGB lighting. Brink's over here laughing at you because he knows the pain. You know, I know how many times Brink's done different things where he messes with it and it makes it worse or whatever, and then he tries to bring it back and then he gets it fixed and all that stuff. So it happens. And then our last question is from AZ the Realist. He says, in your opinion, Jesus, he says, what's the most cost-efficient way to play games this gen?
That's a tough one. It
really I think it's Game Pass.
It is a tough one. I mean, yes, it is Game Pass if you want to play.
I mean, I know you don't own stuff, but
yes, if you want to just play games and not worry about really a cost of things, Game Pass is probably your best bet in terms of new generation games or whatever. But if you want to play PS4 games or PS5 games exclusives, or you want to play PC games, that's a tough one, man. On PC, there's really no cost-efficient way to buy games. It's just you buy them, and if you're buying on launch, you're buying on launch, dude. You're paying $60 for that shit, you know?
Yeah. But for the most part, if you can buy different kinds of games, you can get some deals on them, you know? Like, there's a wide variety on Steam, CD Keys, Epic. You can kind of compare and price shop a little bit, you know? Sometimes you're going to find something on sale, but not all the time. Like you said, it could be like a AAA release, you know, brand new. You may not get it on sale. Sometimes you will, you know? I mean, that's just kind of...
Yeah.
The luck of things sometimes.
Game Pass is probably your best bet, though. Like Game Pass Ultimate, $15 a month. You get quite a bit of games on the console, and you get quite a bit of games on your PC as well.
And if you owned both, like if you owned a PC and an Xbox, you actually get a little bit different games on both.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, you get a good variety for that $15 a month. But the drawback is you don't own them. You know, once you quit paying that $15 a month, you don't have those games. So you kind of throw that money away. But you're not, you know. People are like, well, you don't own it, bro. You're paying $15 a month and you don't get to own it.
You don't own every movie on Netflix.
But you know what? But sometimes I will play the game and I'll probably never come back to it, you know. So I really don't care because I got my time out of it. You know what I mean? It's like I've used it up. It's done. I don't ever plan on going back. And I'm good with that.
Yeah.
So... sometimes I don't care about owning a game or not, you know. But I just, you know, but we're different, Jesus. You know, with a podcast and us playing lots of games all the time, we go through a lot of games.
Yeah.
You know, you and I and Gunny, we don't just stick on one game and just play that every single week over and over and over, and just be like, oh, I'm gonna put 10,000 hours in GTA 5 only. You know.
Yeah.
We're always picking up stuff. So for us, it's definitely cost efficient.
Yeah.
But like, you know, if you're the type of person that only is happy just playing one game and really learning the in and outs, then just buy that one game and play it a lot. I remember like Blaze, you know, he did what was it, State of Decay 2.
He did that on Game Pass.
And he played that game like he knew everything about the game. I was listening to his podcast when he had it up, and he was breaking down, like, he'd have episodes talking about each car. You know, like this car does that and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, you can, whatever gives you enjoyment too, you know. I mean, you know, us, we move on quite a bit. So we will play a game and keep on moving. So
Yeah.
Hard to stay in one spot.
But if you have an Xbox, it's really hard to say that Game Pass is probably the way to go, man. You know, It really is. Hundreds of games for $15 a month or $10 a month. That's a fucking like a highway robbery. And same thing if you have a PC and Xbox, like Mayo said earlier. Just, dude, I pay $15 a month for Ultimate. I don't even. You know, what's the last time I played an Xbox game, even on my PC?
Yeah, I played the Ascent this week, but yeah, it's been sitting there for a while for me.
It would have been cheaper for me to buy the Ascent.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be to buy the fucking, Game Pass. But no, here I am supporting Game Pass.
But if it's your only option, like I said, we are always on the move, always playing different stuff. If you're coming in brand new to an Xbox or a PlayStation or a PC, and you want to get it started, you can get gaming on the cheap. I would say Game Pass. I mean, that's just, you get 200 games probably at your fingertips, and
Easily.
you may not play all of them, but they're there to play if you want to play them.
Not just that, but Game Pass Ultimate. Or I don't know if Game Pass, like the basic version, covers this too, but you also get all the EA Play games.
Mm-hmm.
EA Access. It's included in Game Pass. That's insane to me. Like, I don't know how Microsoft worked out that deal. I don't think it's gonna last forever. That has to end eventually, right? I just don't see how Microsoft can work that deal forever. Like, because they have to be paying EA for that shit,
Definitely.
Because I've downloaded the Knockout City. I downloaded Need for Speed Most Wanted the other day. Yesterday I downloaded Need for Speed Heat. It's all on the EA Access. It's like it's just there. It's like, oh, it's just here. Like, these games are just here. Don't worry about them. That's crazy to me. So yeah, Game Pass is definitely the way to go this generation. And yes, Ryan's like, oh yeah, I told you Xbox is better. Xbox. Yeah, but still, those PS exclusives are nuts.
Yeah, definitely.
Get them.
Just real quick too. I don't know if we hit this. I don't remember hitting this at the beginning of the show in the notes. We did have one thing of feedback.
Oh. What was that feedback? Yeah.
Who was G55 Train?
Brian Tope Jr.
Yeah, Brian.
Says, thanks for the poem. I was able to woo the wife once again.
A while back he asked about a poem with his wife.
I mean, the Doki Doki Literature Club. If you want to learn how to make cool poems, go there. You will learn. You will learn, man.
That's Brian. It seemed to pay off for him. He says he was able to woo his wife again.
Well, I think he said that because of the poem that I made last week on the show. Remember? The poem that I made at the end of the show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that nice, lovingly poem that I was able to come up with off the top of my head. Yes. You're welcome, Brian. I know these poems, they just work. They just, women love dark shit. Believe it or not. Every fucking girl that I talk to, go on a date with, they're talking about watching fucking serial killer documentaries and shit. I'm like, what? What do you watch?
That's what my daughter does right now. My daughter is big into watching serial killer documentaries.
Exactly. What do you watch for fun? I watched the Jeffrey Dahmer serial killer documentary on Netflix. What? What else do you watch? Oh, I also like to watch true crime fucking shows. Okay, what else do you watch? Oh, I also watch unsolved mysteries. I'm like, all you watch is murdering shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? You watch any happy things? Some Rick and Morty or something? No? Or you watch just murderous shit? That's what happens, man. I don't know, bro. I'm telling you, man. Women are into some dark shit. I don't know why. They just like that fucking murderous fucking things. I don't know. Watching people fucking... I don't know. They love watching that shit. I don't get it. It's happening to your kids, Mel. I'm telling you, it's just the thing.
Yeah, evidently. My daughter, she does. She watches like these documentaries on Netflix about like the different murderers or like the psycho killers and stuff. Like she like watches those.
You're like, what the fuck are you watching? The fuck?
Yeah.
Fucking crime TV and shit. Over here, fucking watching. Oh man. Yeah, it happens. I don't know why. It's like a thing nowadays. I don't know. What do you guys watch? I watch Doctor Who.
There you go.
Oh, last episode I watched, man, was the one where they go to that planet in season 2. They go to the planet and it's all about hell, and they got like those weird aliens that are like the slaves. And there's a black hole, and then they got to drill to the center of the planet. But when they get there, like Satan releases or something, like Satan comes out or something. And Satan controls all the aliens.
It's been a while.
It's a 2-part episode. It's a 2-part episode.
Crazy episodes. There's some good ones. Like it gets in depth.
Like this one's about hell. Like it's about like they end up on this planet next to a black hole, and the planet is orbiting the black hole. The planet hasn't been sucked into the black hole, but it's orbiting like around it. And these people live on this space station on that planet, and they were saying to the doctor and to the girl Billy, or I forget her name on this show, but Rose, they say to her like, hey, like we've been here like for a long time. We've been trying to figure out like why haven't we been sucked into the black hole, and what's going on, and we need more energy power. So they said that the only energy source they can detect in the planet, it's in the center of the planet. So they're trying to dig with this drill into the center of the planet. But at the same time, it's just like 7 or 8 humans that live on the station. And the rest of the people there are like aliens. Like these alien-looking things with like tentacles on their faces and shit. But the humans are saying that the aliens that live there are the humans as slaves. Like the humans control the aliens. Like because the aliens are just stupid. They're just like... They're like these brain-dead fucking bodies or whatever that don't do anything. They don't even talk. And,
is it the Ood?
I don't know who they are. I forget what they are. They do have a name, though. And pretty much what's really weird about this space station, though, is that like there's like these things are happening on the space station where like the TARDIS gets like... There's like an earthquake, and the TARDIS gets like sucked into the ground. And like half the space station disappears into the ground or whatever. Mm-hmm. And like, you know, like there's like all this writing on the wall. There's like ancient writing or something that the scientist is trying to like decipher. It's like some code, and all it says like everyone will go to hell. It's like somebody wrote that on the wall, and they're like, what the fuck does that mean, you know? And apparently like this space station, I believe the devil is on the space station. Like the devil himself, Satan, is on the space station, and like. He, like, takes over the body of the scientist dude, and, like, Satan is part of the black hole. Like, he is the black hole, or he's part of the black hole. Like, that's where his realm is. And, like, he's, like, super happy that the black hole is there. But that's why the planet hasn't been sucked into the black hole yet, because Satan is on that planet. And Satan controls it or whatever. So Satan is, like, this whole, like, it's like a 2-part episode where, like, people are dying on the space station. There's weird shit going on. The aliens are becoming conscious. Like, they're becoming smart because Satan is controlling them or whatever. And, like, the doctor and this chick go to the center of the planet. They find this seal. They break the seal. Apparently, the seal is what was holding Satan back. Satan gets all his powers. They you know, it's like all kinds of shit's happening, man. It's fucking nuts, dude.
It gets that way. They have these episodes that are really in depth, and they have some that are just kind of crazy.
Yeah. Like the last one I watched was about like like there's like this TV alien thing that lived inside of television.
Where they suck their faces off.
Yeah, suck the people's faces off. Yeah, I saw that one where the people had no faces. That one was kind of cool. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Whatever. The one before that was pretty neat as well, where they go to the alternate universe with the Cybermen, the big robot guys or whatever. Mm-hmm. That one was actually kind of cool too. I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense. It's like an alternate reality or whatever. That's kind of cool. I'm actually liking Doctor Who, man. Like, it's actually a pretty cool show. Like, This show is not too bad. I thought it was like some nerdy, stupid shit.
Yeah, and I was the same way when I first got into Doctor Who, and then the more I watched, the more I got into it. And again, you're very early, and then you're still in the really cheesy Doctor Who. So once it starts going past the cheesy Doctor Who, some of that story that they start giving you is so good and so original and so unique.
It reminds me of it reminds me of Black Mirror, because I like Black Mirror a lot. And Black Mirror, you've watched it obviously, where it's like
I've watched some.
These stories that are like kind of like a single episode story or whatever. It's kind of unique to that episode or whatever. Like, these stories are just like in one episode you could watch the whole story from beginning to end. And I like that about Doctor Who, where there's occasionally like the 1 or 2 episode, like, oh, this is a 2-parter or whatever. Yeah, there's occasionally that, but
it's neat because you will have a beginning and end on an episode. But each episode will kind of tie into the season. Like, it will lead to a point. And when you get to the finale, you're like, holy shit, this all led up to that. Like, you didn't see it come. And they'll have like a flashback. They'll be like, it'll show different episodes. And like, this happened in that episode, and this happened here, and this happened there. Next thing you know, it all comes together. And you're like, I never saw it coming. Like, where did that come from? I never saw it coming.
Them British folk, them redcoats, they're pretty good about that acting. They're pretty good.
Yeah, they have some neat. One of my favorite episodes. There's this one, Jesus Coming Up. I can't remember what season it is or anything like that anymore. So basically, they end up on this planet, right? And it's like this spaceship thing, and it's like a whole colony. Like all these people live on this thing, and the spaceship is actually this whale that's alive underneath it. And they gotta like shock it to keep it moving and keep it under control and all that stuff. And you come to find out later on in the show, basically they need this whale to keep their species alive. It's some kind of alien race, right? They look like they're humans, but they need this whale to keep them alive. Well, then you find out this is actually the last whale of its kind type thing. And so what they're doing and what they're actually doing is gradually killing it. So there's a choice at the end of the episode that has to be made. You kill the people that are like using this whale as like a vessel and holding it captive and shocking it and killing it little by little, or does the doctor like free the whale and let the whale go and live the rest of its life that it can, being the last one of its type, and wipe out the other race, or wipe out all the people that are riding. It's almost like something you would see in Mass Effect. You had to choose A or B, and there's no real win either way. Somebody's gonna die, and somebody's gonna have an issue, and there's a lot of stuff like that in its plot. Like as you get into older or newer episodes and stuff, you see a lot of these like more dilemmas. Like, okay, what do you do in that situation? Do you do this or do that? And he usually will have some kind of clever thing there, or not every time though.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it too, because you don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know who's gonna live or die.
That shit's always it's like a trip, because like the last episode before this one, or the one before that, before the face sucking one, was the one where they go to the alternate universe and the robot guy is building all these putting people's brains into robots or whatever. And
the Cybermen,
the Cybermen, yes, and Doctor Who's like, oh, I've seen these fuckers before. I know who they are.
Yeah, the Cybermen are mortal, like a big enemy of the Doctor for all the seasons.
Yeah, he's seen them before because he talks about. He's like, oh, I've seen these guys before. I know who they are. But like I thought that the ending of that episode was fucking sad, man. Where like the dude stays back, Mickey or whatever. He's like, no, I want to stay here on this fucking alternate universe and like fucking try to fight these Cybermen or whatever the fuck, like. It's like, wow, like, that's fucking nuts. Like, I don't know if I would be able to do that, man. Like, go to a whole new universe, be on an alternate planet that's like Earth, but not really like Earth, but kind of like Earth. And you're going to sit there and fight, and like, knowing that, like, your real Earth is back somewhere else in another universe or whatever, Like, that shit's fucked up. I'm like, fuck, that's like so fucked up. Because I'm a believer in that, Mayo. I believe there's other universes out there where, like, maybe parallel universes to ours, or, like, parallel, like, fucking, galaxies to ours, or, like, a parallel Earth or something, you know what I mean? I believe in that shit, man. I really do. Like I said, I believe in aliens. I believe there's life in outer space. Maybe in our galaxy, maybe not.
Yeah. I don't ever get.
But I
The only
also
time I ever have a
believe.
thought every once in a while, I'll be like, "Oh, what if we're just like a small, like
Yeah.
microorganism on something else is bigger that's living its life, like how we feel like
Yeah.
we're living ours? You know, like
Yeah.
what if there's another layer past us and another layer
Well,
past it?
there's
You
all
know,
these
and we're just
theories. Yeah, there's all these theories that people say like, we're in a computer simulation. We just don't know it because it's so advanced that we wouldn't know it that we're in it. You know what I mean? It's just we're in it,
yeah.
but you would never have a clue that you're in it because it's just constantly going.
You could look at like we're insects. You know, does an insect know it's an insect?
Yeah.
Or is the world completely different? You know?
Does
And
it?
it's-
This little sugar ant that you squeeze or whatever, that you crush under your thumb, does it know that? You know, it's just a sugar ant, or does it think, no, I'm the biggest thing in my fucking realm or whatever? You know?
Yeah. It's you got that.
It's
But
crazy. Like, yeah, but like, that's what I like about Doctor Who. It makes you think about that type of shit. Also, that's what I like about Black Mirror. That's what I like about all these shows that are like that, like Twilight Zone and shit. They make you think about shit. Like, oh man, like what if this was real? Like, what if, like even on this episode that I'm watching about Satan or whatever, like Rose asked the doctor, like, Satan is real? What the fuck? You know what I mean? She's like asking, she's like, he's really there? Like, and the doctor's like, well, yeah, but like he exists in like this other fucking universe, and like for some reason humans like adopted this fucking idea, and like he's real, he exists or whatever, but like he's not in our realm or whatever. Like he's in this realm. Like, it's really fucking weird, right? Like all that shit.
Or it's this concept happened because of that. It's been like some of the old episodes when they go back when they meet Van Gogh, you know, and the doctor inspires him to paint some of the paintings that we know today.
Yeah.
They're kind of cool, and that's how he kind of comes up with them.
Yeah.
And then it gives a whole different spin on it. You know, like, oh, this happened, and this is why he painted it that way.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, that's what it kind of...
Because Assassin's Creed is like that, where like some things you do in Assassin's Creed influence the things that happen in history, and you're like, holy fuck, that happened in history because I did this in Assassin's Creed or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty wild. But yeah, you're right, man. Like, yeah, I really like the show though. It's really cool, man. I'm actually.
Is it the one called Fear Her? It's episode 11, maybe. I'm just kind of looking.
No, that's the ones before that one.
The one before it. The one before it's the Love and Monsters one.
No, before that one. Just like episode.
Satan Pit. Yeah, it's called Satan Pit.
Yeah, that
Let's
one.
see.
Oh, they go to like hell.
Oh yeah, that's the Ood. So the Ood, those people, they are also in the series quite a bit.
Oh, are they?
They're not really like, they don't talk, and they have like a weird role. They have a weird role, like in the whole Doctor Who universe, but they are kind of a major character.
Well, they don't talk, but apparently in this one they're only talking because the devil's controlling them or whatever. But
okay,
but you're
so
right.
like
They don't. Yeah, they're a slave race. Like pretty much, like if you're smarter than them, you can control them or whatever. Like that's why the humans in the space station control them or whatever. Because the guy tells them, he's like, you guys will not move until I tell you to move. You guys will sit down until I tell you to stand up. You guys will not do this until I tell you to do it.
Yeah, and they're like a general. Become later on, as you'll see them in episodes, they're like a slave.
Yeah.
And they kind of have some episodes where they're helpful and some stuff, but they have episodes where they're not. So they're like this very unique character, and they're kind of like a staple. The Ood are a popular one. Then you have the Cybermen. Then you have the Dialects, who are your major bad guys, major races that you deal with for season after season after season. You kind of come across. But then you run across all these other really different, crazy characters and stuff that are just out of this world thinking. You're like, oh my gosh, I never thought something like that, or what a different spin, or how this happened and stuff like that. So it's got some neat stuff in it.
Yeah, I look forward to checking it out, man. Seeing how that turns out. It's a really cool show. It's actually really good.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to get to the end of that season to let me know what you think at the end of that season. And then you start into the next one, and as it goes from there, I want to see your thoughts on the end of that season.
Some, like some of the British TV shows that I've watched, they're actually pretty good, man. Like they're like some British TV shows are actually pretty fucking good. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you're like, God damn, this shit's actually really good. Like, too bad it's not in the U.S. or whatever. You know. I wonder, you know. Well, they must definitely see U.S. shows. You know, they have to most likely see United States shows. I wonder if they think the same about our shows. Because I've seen some few like series on British TV that's like, wow, that's actually a pretty cool series or whatever. But Doctor Who is probably their best one. I gotta say that.
Yeah, it is really good stuff. Like I said, and people, I used to laugh at Doctor Who. Like how I got started in Doctor Who was
stupid TARDIS little police box thing. It fucking was shit.
My ex and I would watch some shows at the time, and she just would binge watch shows. And one day, I was trying to find something for her to watch, and I'm like, hey, she liked British TV shows, and then I'm like, there's a lot of seasons of this stuff. This stuff goes on forever, you know, and so I'm like, let's just watch this reboot, you know. And we started at season 1, and I know I kind of told you can kind of skip through season 1, because it had a different doctor early on, and he was the only there for 1 year, and it was kind of almost like a pilot, in my opinion. Like that whole first season was kind of a test run of kind of how they were going to do it. And then when David Tennant came in, that was kind of when it started really clicking. But you know, when we watched those first couple of episodes, it was so bizarre with the trash can eating the one guy and the mannequins attacking people, and we're just like, what's going on? It's so cheesy. And I remember coming home from work, we watched 1 or 2 episodes, and she was like, oh yeah, I watched like 3 more episodes, you know. And so we watched them, and I'm like, yeah, it's okay, whatever. It's kind of weird, you know. And then I come home like the next day, and my ex at the time now is she's like on season 5. You know, and I'm like, what did you do? She's like, oh yeah, I've been binge watched it like all day today, and I'm like, that's nuts, you know.
Wow.
And then she was all excited, wanting me to watch it, you know, and I would just watch like bits and pieces of some episodes, and never pieced it all together. And then it started clicking on me, and I'm like, this is actually really interesting and really good. And some of it's pretty entertaining. So then I went back to start watching it, and I started watching them in order. And then that's when they took it off. I think it was on Netflix at the time. And then I just started buying the seasons. I literally bought like every season from 2 on up on Vudu to 10. And so, yeah, they have some neat episodes, and it gets so good. Like I said, all that will tie in together. All this stuff you're seeing in this season almost ties in, or in a couple seasons they'll make a back reference to what happened on these seasons here and stuff, and you can be like, oh, like I said, the Ood will reappear in other episodes and stuff. You'll know more about their history and stuff like that. So I guess some neat stuff coming up.
Nice. I look forward to it. Anyways,
I mean,
that's all we have. Any questions? Anything?
Oh, we hit the community questions. There's just those 2.
Well, with that being said, you can find Gunny over at Gunny Chief on Xbox, at Gunny Chief on Discord, at Kane Marston on Twitter, which is really fucking random. Fine. Where can we find you, Mayo?
Oh, well, you can find me as the Mayo on Twitter. No Kane Marston over here. And then you can pretty much find me as the Mayo1 on Discord, Xbox. I go on Xbox, I'm just the Mayo. And then, of course, you know, you got me on Steam and
Mayo
and Origin and all that stuff. It's just look for Mayo. It's easy. There's not too many of us running around.
Yeah. Anyways, you can find me on everything as JesusWalksAlot. I'll be playing some games this week. Find me on everything as that. And, yeah. Anyways, I guess with that being said, we're out of here. Peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you on the next week's edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. The August
9th?
14th, 9th, August 9th edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. Bye, everyone. Bye. Good night, good day, good morning. Have a fun day at work or whatever you're doing. Bye.
Bye.